Chapter 1786. In front of them, there were only broken ruins. The former prosperity of Sky City had disappeared. However, not everyone dared to come here. Even though legalism had suffered several defeats recently and suffered heavy losses, causing its reputation to plummet, no one dared to set foot in this place. But now, Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian were here. Whoosh whoosh, there were also 8 puppets and elderly. A total of 10 figures appeared in the ruins. This time, Du Xiaofu did not bring anyone else from the desolate country or the Du family. Just as Sima Taxing said, Du Xiaofu did not know how strong legalism was. He was afraid that it was more than what he had seen. The desolate country was no longer what it used to be, but compared to legalism, it was still lacking. Du Xiaofu was not reckless, but he had to come. As long as there was a chance, Du Xiaofu did not want to miss it. If he kept waiting, how long would he have to wait? Now, Du Xiaofu came in person. He had mixed feelings. Although he knew that legalism still had a strong foundation, at least he had some confidence now. He was no longer the same as before. Can't you see that the front is forbidden? Trespassers will die. With a thunderous roar, several huge demonic beasts appeared in the void. They were ferocious and ferocious. Their eyes were like the sun, and the aura of the Beast Emperor realm was enough to make ordinary people tremble. Although Sky City was no longer there, and had been razed to the ground, legalism had been in constant trouble. In a short period of time, there was no way to build another Sky City. Therefore, there were demonic beasts guarding this place. Roar, several ferocious demonic beasts with ruthless eyes and ferocious auras surged. Runes burst out, and as soon as they appeared, they pounced on Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and Elder Lei. Bang 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 bang. A couple of puppets rushed out as lightning surged. In a split second, a couple of huge ferocious beasts were directly destroyed, unable to withstand even a single blow. This is a huge formation that forms a boundary that seals the mountains, rivers, and earth. This was once the ancestral land of legalism, and there are many formations protecting it. If you really want to break in, even if you don't encounter people from legalism, those formations will make ordinary people shrink back. Du Tingxian opened his mouth. He had collected a lot of information and inquired about a lot of information. Legalism was definitely not easy to deal with. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He knew what was going on. Back then, the old lady had forced her way into legalism. Although she had swept through the periphery, she had stopped outside the core. At that time, the old lady had swept through legalism, but she had left safely. Du Xiaofu guessed that it was related to the golden-winged rock clan and his cheap grandfather. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to walk out of the school of legalism the last time. Perhaps there were some secrets behind it. In short, if it had been someone else, the outcome would have been very different in the school of legalism. I'm not afraid of formations. I just need to spend some time. However, I'm afraid that legalism is not easy to enter, and we can't enter. Du Xiaofu's brows twitched slightly as he spoke. He had the talent of the red-bone horse-ape, Du Xiaoyao, to rely on the matrix of the school of legalism. However, once he entered the school of legalism, the ban of St. Plain cultivators not being able to fight would no longer be effective. If we can't enter, then let them come out. Du Tingxian looked at the void and said. He already knew about the Sage Realm's prohibition. Once he entered legalism, the prohibition would not be effective. The Sage Realm experts were not something that the father and son could touch head-on. If it were not for the prohibition, he would not have chosen to enter legalism now. Bzzt. As Du Tingxuan's voice fell, electric arcs flowed from his body. Lightning runes also appeared from the void. Wind and clouds gathered and finally converged into a purple thunderbolt that was more than as thick as an arm. It swept straight into the void. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded. The thunderbolt exploded in the void, revealing a large area of the void. A large amount of electric arcs spread out from the void. Du Xiaofu and Elder Lei's eyes were fixed on the void. Their expressions were calm, but they were very serious. A moment later, a wormhole appeared in the void filled with electric arcs. Dozens of figures flew out from the wormhole. Trespassing into legalism. Do you want to die? In front of the dozens of figures, an old man shouted angrily. A fierce aura swept out. The dozens of figures were covered in the radiance of runes. It was like a bright moon in the sky. It was very powerful. In the eyes of the world, this terrifying aura and radiance was a miracle. It was a legend. It was vast and unparalleled. You are the ones who will die. Du Xiaofu only said such a sentence. He did not even look at the old man. These were just small fries in legalism. He shook his arm and waved it. The sky-shaking wings flapped out. Golden runes erupted and swept across the void. Bang, bang, bang. Under the terrifying force that distorted the void was directly smashed. The dozens of disciples of legalism did not even have the chance to scream. The void exploded, and the dozens of figures were also destroyed. Du Xiaofu did not show any mercy and killed them directly. He no longer had any feelings for legalism. There was no need to show mercy. Legalism, the father and son of the Du family are here. Du Tingxian stepped into the air and shouted through the wormhole. Legalism. The ancient and vast space was magnificent. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and boundless clouds rose. The spiritual qi here was abundant. It was auspicious and majestic. It was incomparably sacred. However, recently, all the organizations that had converted had been massacred by Du Xiaofu. Some of the experts of the school of legalism had ventured out, but they had all died. The entire school of legalism had fallen silent. Ordinary disciples of legalism had more or less heard some rumors and learned about the situation in the outside world. They secretly said that legalism's luck had run out. This situation was even worse for legalism experts. The Yuan spirit of ancestor Qin Tianshi had escaped and lost his physical body. Such a loss and price caused legalism to suffer again. In a short period of time, one of the two ancestors of legalism had lost a Yuan spirit avatar and a physical body. No matter how deep legalism's foundation was, it would definitely not be able to pay such a price. The converted forces were wiped out, their luck channels were dug up, and ancestor Qin Tianshi lost his physical body. Such a major matter was discussed by the two lords and elders of legalism. In the end, they informed the sage of legalism who was in seclusion. Before the sage of legalism went into seclusion, he repeatedly ordered that no one was to disturb him. Digging up my luck channels and destroying the foundation of my orthodoxy, in the secret chamber, runes fluctuated. The sage of legalism's aura was very unstable and intense. But after a long time, he said, there is no longer any concern in the outside world. That's good. Before the heavenly devil battlefield opens, I will not come out. Sage ancestor, but what about Du Tingxian and his son? Are we really going to tolerate it? An elder cried out sorrowfully, unwilling to give up. The school of legalism could no longer afford to pay such a price. If the school of legalism still did not use any methods to stop all of this, no one would take the school of legalism seriously in the future. Those protectors are still around. Everything will change. Endure it. It won't be long before there will be a chance. When the time comes, everything will return. Legalism will not fall. That was what the legalism's sacred ancestor said, and then there was no more sound. Legalism, my Du family father and son are coming. Just when all the experts of the school of legalism had decided to endure, this sentence was passed through the school of legalism, echoing through many places in the school of legalism. Chapter 1787. Swish, swish, when these words rang out above the school of legalism, all the legalist disciples who heard them raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions changed drastically. The words "do father and son" spread through the school of legalism like a bomb. Is this the legalism of Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu? Do you think legalism doesn't exist? You're too bold. I heard that the chosen and paragons of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of dragons were all killed by Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. Many elders and protectors were also killed by that father and son pair. Now they are here to kill. Is Du Xiaofu really that strong? I heard that Du Xiaofu has a big shot backing him up. This is looking down on our legalism. This is looking down on our legalism. This is infuriating and hateful. Many places in legalism were in an uproar. The news spread like a storm throughout the legalism. Let the experts of legalism take action and kill that demon king Du Xiaofu. It was all because of the demon king Du Xiaofu. If the legalism disciples were to go out now, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of the other disciples of the 8 great clans. Even in places like the Beast region and Kyushu, no one would take them seriously. Old High Lord elders, this is bad. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, and Demon King are here. The ancient hall was mottled with scars. A legalist middle-aged man rushed into the hall in a hurry. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. As a protector, how can you be so flustered? What a scandal! The old lord of legalism frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man. A dignified legalism protector would be a powerful figure in the outside world. But now, after hearing the name of the Demon King and his son, he was so flustered and embarrassed. Could it be that legalism's luck was really about to run out? Humph! Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu are challenging my legalism. That little bastard actually dares to kill his way into my legalism. Does he really think that my legalism doesn't exist? The remaining elders, protectors, and experts of the school of legalism were all furious. When had the school of legalism ever been humiliated like this? They had already heard Du Tingxuan's words and knew that Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu were coming. That was why they had gathered in the hall. How many people did that father and son bring? The current lord of legalism was sitting upright. His face was gloomy as he asked the protector who had just arrived. Lord, we still don't know. The people we send out are all dead. We don't know how many people the Demon King and his son brought. The middle-aged protector was trembling. As a protector, he knew what had happened a few days ago. All of the legalism's converted factions had been massacred by Du Xiaofu's desolate country. Now, the desolate country's army might be blocking the entrance of legalism. Bastards, do they really think that my legalism can't do anything to them? They're here to invade my legalism. My legalism's actions have nothing to do with my actions. We can eliminate them. The Lord shouted, his eyes emitting a cold light. At this moment, the Lord felt even more complicated. The father and son were originally his son-in-law and grandson, but who knew that they would become the greatest threat to legalism? They had caused the legalism to suffer the greatest blow since ancient times. This enmity could no longer be resolved. The divine ancestor has decreed that legalism will not be born before the heavenly devil battlefield opens. The old lord hesitated. His eyes were vast with huge waves, but he gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old Lord, that little bastard has already killed his way to our door. If we don't do anything, legalism won't be able to exist in this world anymore." Some elders and protectors lamented. Legalism had not done anything when someone had killed their way to their door. This was an absolute humiliation. The divine ancestor has decreed that legalism will not be born. Since that little bastard dared to come, he must have some trump cards. The old lord was not stupid. He had lived for so long not only because of his strength but also because of his intelligence. He no longer dared to look down on that father and son pair. If they were not confident, how would they dare to come to legalism? Legalism will not be born. Let's see what that little bastard and his son can do. When the heavenly devil battlefield opens, it will not be their turn to be arrogant. With the old High Lord's decision, the school of legalism could no longer afford to be tossed around, nor could they afford to take risk. The loss of any expert would be a heavy blow to legalism. At this time, legalism needed to preserve its last bit of strength. Hateful, angry. When they heard this, a few elders and protectors sighed in sorrow. Legalism was not only being killed at their door, but legalism had even put up a no war sign. If this news were to spread, legalism would lose its last bit of face. Old Lord, should we close the spatial wormhole? The middle-aged protector asked. He was afraid that the Demon King and his son would force their way in. Back then, the golden-winged Pung clan's old lady, the old lunatic, and Fu Ibai had already swept away legalism. No need. If they dare to come in, they will be courting death. I want to see if they dare to come in. The old lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. He no longer had that calm aura. Once they entered legalism, he did not believe that the father and son would have the ability to reach the heavens. Even if he had to use the clan's taboo power, he would kill the father and son to eliminate future troubles. Wait for them to come in. As soon as they set foot in legalism, we will use all our strength to kill them. Each of the elders and protectors was filled with hatred. They hoped that the father and son would be able to break into legalism. At that time, they would be able to kill the father and son and completely eliminate future troubles. In the peaceful Sky City ruins, there was a spatial wormhole fluctuating in the void. It was filled with runes and affected time and space, but there was no movement. They don't seem to be planning to come out, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the legalism did not plan to come out. There was no movement for a long time. They are waiting for us to go in. Du Dingxuan's eyes were sharp. His hair fluttered slightly as he looked at the spatial wormhole. That was legalism. Ao Tong was in legalism. At this moment, separated by a spatial wormhole, it seemed to be within reach. It was right in front of him, but there was a vast sea between them. At this moment, his heart was filled with complicated feelings. Perhaps Ao Tong did not even know that the father and son were outside legalism. We can't go in, Old Lei said. Even if it was him, if he forcefully broke into legalism, it would be difficult for him to come out in the end. Unless the old master was still alive, he knew a little about the strength of legalism. Of course we can't go in. Du Tingxian smiled faintly, but the curve of the smile at the corners of his mouth carried a kind of bitterness. How could Du Tingxian not know that with the current strength of the father and son, they did not have the capital to force their way through legalism? If it wasn't for the ban that forbade sage stage experts from taking action, they wouldn't even be able to step foot into the ruins of Sky City. They want to wait for us to go in. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the legalism was waiting for him to enter. Once he entered, the legalism would be prepared. Legalism views all living beings in the outside world as ants. Now that you're hiding in your nests, come out and fight me if you have the ability. Legalism can't even withstand a single blow. Come out if you dare. Legalism's luck has run out. No one can fight it. Legalism is devoid of virtue. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Their luck has run out, and now they don't even dare to come out. Are they going to be cowards? Voices spread throughout the legalism. In the vast square in front of the wormhole, many legalism disciples had gathered. They all clenched their fists and looked furious. However, no one dared to go out. Everyone knew in their hearts that the Devil King Du Xiaofu was no longer the same as before. Even Han Qianran, Han Yingma, the number one of the younger generation, and an invincible existence like Qin Wudi had been killed. If they went out, they would be courting death. Even in legalism, the Demon King Du Xiaofu had already intimidated the entire legalism. Bastard, this is too hateful. Why didn't the experts go out and kill that father and son? You said that the disciples of the school of legalism are coward. Charge out. I don't believe that with so many of us we can't kill that father and son. Some of the younger legalism disciples were furious. Their eyes were red, and they were extremely agitated. They wanted to rush out and fight Du Xiaofu. Quiet down. You're no match for him. The clan has its own arrangements. There were protectors outside the wormhole, scolding the young disciples of the school of legalism. Protector, that demon king has already killed his way to the door of legalism. Are we still going to endure? A young boy asked the protector. He was very puzzled. Do you want to go out and die? That demon king isn't someone you can provoke. Who told you to be so disappointing? A protector berated. This protector was even more furious and sullen. At this moment, the demon king and his son were cursing outside. They didn't put legalism in their eyes. Hateful legalism, no one in the younger generation was a match for them. In the grand legalism, no one in the younger generation could stand up to the demon king and his son. Far away from the wormhole, there was a tall and ancient mountain peak. There was a mottled pavilion at the top of the mountain. The limestone was ancient and covered in moss. There were many old figures standing there, gazing at the wormhole in the distance. Is legalism a cowardly tortoise? Legalism's luck has run out. Can't even withstand a single blow. It doesn't even dare to come out. Such words spread out and fell into the ears of these old figures. They were like bombs, creating huge waves in their hearts. Chi on their aged faces, their eyes glowed with divine light, and their faces were twisted and ferocious. Crack, crack, an old man was so angry that his body trembled. The limestone beneath his feet cracked and the ground caved in. Bastard! An old man shouted. The corner of his eyes twitched. He couldn't endure it. Old Lord, what should we do? That father and son have been cursing for 6 hours. They have no intention of coming in. If this continues, it will be unfavorable for our legalism. Now, all the disciples of legalism are in a state of panic. They are greatly affected. Chapter 1788. A middle-aged woman said to the old exalt. Du Tingxian and his son had been cursing through the spatial wormhole for 6 hours. If this continued, the morale of the entire legalism would drop to a freezing point. At this moment, the old High Lord of legalism's expression was even more uncertain. When had the dignified legalism ever been humiliated like this before? He had originally wanted to lure Du Xiaofu in, and they had made preparations to kill him. However, from the looks of it, Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian had no intention of coming in at all. That little bastard is very slippery. It looks like he won't come in, said an old man. They wanted to wait for Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu to come in, but it was unlikely. They are blocking the legalism. Even if they don't come in, it is still a great humiliation to our legalism. If we don't go out, the humiliation will be even greater. If this gets out, the world will say that our legalism is being blocked by that little bastard and doesn't even dare to go out, said a middle-aged legalism expert. His eyes were burning, and his body was surging with divine light. His aura was powerful. The courtyard was quiet. It was not small, and the surroundings were quiet. The furnishings inside were simple but elegant. 2 beautiful figures walked out of the courtyard. One of them was a beautiful woman. Although her face was thin and slightly haggard, she was still otherworldly and had an air of arrogance. The other was a young woman in her 20s. Her green dress fluttered in the wind. Her delicate face was as otherworldly as the beautiful woman's, and her ethereal eyes shone like stars. Miss Ao Tong, Miss Xiaojing. Just as the 2 women walked out of the courtyard, a figure appeared silently. It was an old woman in her 70s. This old woman was wearing a plain dress. Although she looked old, she exuded a kind of vigor. Her old face was full of wrinkles under faint eyebrows, and the vicissitudes of time were written on it. Granny Ming, my husband and son are here. We want to go out. Yes. The beautiful woman looked at the old woman. Her beautiful face was very calm, and her temperament was not to be provoked or violated. She was Han Aodong. She had received news that her husband and son had come to legalism. How could she not know the purpose of their visit? Looking at the mother and daughter in front of her, the old woman's eyes became a bit complicated and rippled. Grandma Ming, are you really going to stop us? Du Xiaojing spoke. His long black hair flowed down behind his head, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. However, his brows were tightly furrowed. Miss Aotong, Miss Xiaojing, listen to me. Even if we get out, it might not be a good thing. Just treat it as if the time is not right. Old Ming opened his mouth. His eyes were deep and spirited on his wrinkled face. My husband and son are outside. They came for us. Even if they can't leave, it's good to see them. Han Aodong's calm expression began to waver. That was her husband and her son. Even though she knew a lot of things, she could not remain calm at this moment. It's better not to see them. Miss Aotong, you are more intelligent than others. You should understand this better than an old woman like me. Old Ming said. But they are my husband and son. Ripples appeared in Han Aodong's eyes, and her expression began to turn cold. I have my orders. Miss, don't blame me. As old Ming finished speaking, seals formed in his hands. Mysterious runes instantly shone brightly in the air around them. In an instant, a stalk of grass was formed in the air around the courtyard. This stalk of grass was very large. The leaves on its body were long and slender, as if they were real. As the mysterious runes shone, a mighty pressure descended. However, that pressure made people's souls feel relaxed and happy, but it also made their souls tremble. It covered thousands of feet of space and bound Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing. At that moment, all the young people in the wormhole outside legalism were in an uproar. Even the Dharma protectors found it difficult to stop them. Du Xiaofu, come in if you dare. Legalism will definitely kill you. Du Xiaofu, don't stay outside if you dare. Come in if you dare. In the square of the wormhole, some of the young disciples of legalism could no longer hold back and sent messages to the wormhole. Legalism has no bottom line. I've been fooled twice before. They bullied me with their age and with their numbers. Do they still want to trick me into going in? Legalism, one of the 9 great families, doesn't live up to its name. It looks like it has completely declined. They don't even dare to come out of their doors. What a bunch of cowards! Where are those old fogies of legalism? Didn't they want to kill me and my son? Why have they become a bunch of old fogies now? It's fine if they don't come out. If anyone of legalism comes out, I will kill them. You can stay in there for the rest of your lives. Old fogies, where are you? Li Chunfa, that old fogey, had his primordial spirit avatar destroyed by me. Qin Tianshi, that old fogey, was beaten half to death by me. Has legalism decided to completely retreat? As the disciples of legalism cursed through the air, they were greeted with even more intense mockery and arrogance. Close the wormhole, legalism won't come out. In the distant mountain peak, in a mottled pavilion, on an ancient bluestone, the old sovereign's face was completely gloomy. He couldn't stand being called old fogies and old fogies. But now, the 2 old ancestors were seriously injured, and the divine ancestor was in seclusion. Under such circumstances, he was really afraid. Chi La, the wormhole began to close and mysterious runes flickered. They are going to close the wormhole. Once the wormhole closes, the boundary outside legalism won't be something we can affect. It's more likely that the old master is still alive. Old Lei said. The place where legalism was located was condensed into a boundary formed by many ancient runes, which were set up by the supreme experts of legalism. Once the wormhole closed, legalism wouldn't come out of seclusion, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. Du Tingxuan's eyes flickered with lightning. He had cultivated and honed his cultivation all the way to this point, but in the face of the colossus that was legalism, he still seemed insignificant. His wife and daughter were inside, separated by a wormhole, but he couldn't step in. It seems that legalism is determined not to come out, Du Tingxian said with a lonely look in his eyes. Not necessarily. If they want to close the wormhole, we'll have to see if they can do it. Looking at the wormhole that was about to close, Du Xiaofu's narrowed eyes flashed with a sharp golden light. His hand suddenly moved, and with a flick of his finger, a scarlet-red ball wrapped in purple electric arcs that were spreading out suddenly shot out explosively. Chi la! The purple electric arcs spread out, and just as the wormhole was about to close, a blurry purple and scarlet figure flashed into the wormhole like lightning. Retreat! At the same time, Du Xiaofu shouted and quickly retreated. Old Lei's and Du Dingshuan's expressions changed slightly, but in an instant, they also quickly retreated with the 8 puppets without hesitation. Chapter 1789. In legalism, the spatial wormhole was closing. The demon king Du Xiaofu was blocking the entrance of legalism. He did not expect the experts in his family to make such a decision to hide from Du Xiaofu. Rumble, the closing spatial wormhole suddenly emitted a strange fluctuation. Not many people paid attention to this fluctuation, but the guardians and elders of legalism on the mountain peak in the distance noticed it. Not good, quick, everyone retreat, retreat. A hurried voice spread like thunder in the square around the spatial wormhole. The old supremacy was speaking, but his expression instantly turned pale with fright. Hearing this, a large number of legalism disciples in the square around the exit of the spatial wormhole looked at each other. Some of them did not react in time. Whoosh whoosh, some of them reacted in an instant, but it was too late. Rumble, in an instant the spatial wormhole began to crack, expand in the void, and then explode. Boom! Boom! It was too sudden and too unbelievable. The spatial wormhole that was about to close exploded, and a blazing destructive energy swept out. In an instant, purple-gold lightning arcs exploded in the sky, and the purple lightning arcs covered the sky. The entire void collapsed, and the majestic and blazing destructive energy filled the air, as if 1,000,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Rumble! The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the void collapsed, the square exploded, the stone slabs swept, the mountains broke, and the mountain peaks collapsed. Not good, what is going on? At that moment, on the mountain peak in the distance, the old supremacy and other legalism experts were all shocked and horrified. The majestic and blazing destructive energy caused the guardians and elders of legalism to show absolute fear in their eyes, and they felt uneasy. Such a blazing destructive energy caused even the old supremacy to feel apprehensive, and a chill surged from the bottom of his heart, and his hair stood on end. Bang 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 bang, the void exploded, and the spatial wormhole collapsed. Accompanied by the purple lightning arcs, the destructive energy swept out, and a violent energy that affected space and time seemed to be destroying this side of the world. Ah, roar, blood-curdling screams, howls of anguish, and roars of beasts converged together. It was as if ghosts were weeping and gods were howling as it spread out mournfully. Most of the legalism disciples around the spatial wormhole did not even have the chance to cry out before the destructive power. They were directly swallowed up by the destructive power, and their souls were wiped out. Outside of legalism, Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and Elder Lei had already retreated far away. The void was exploding, and the heavens and earth were cracking. It was as if this world was about to be destroyed. Under such a terrifying aura, even Elder Lei's eyes trembled. That terrifying power exploded, and even he felt a sense of unease and fear. That kind of power was too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions were everywhere, and the ground was cracking apart. It was a complete mess, and the aura was destroyed. After such a long time, some creatures on the sky plains were also attracted over. They only watched from afar, not daring to get close to the demon king Du Xiaofu. Mother of God, what did the demon king Du Xiaofu do? Is he trying to destroy legalism? That terrifying destructive energy exploded in the distance and swept out, and the creatures in the distance felt their hair stand on end. That kind of energy that swept out from afar was enough to make them tremble in fear. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with ripples as he looked in that direction. The void there was exploding, and a pitch-black space was beginning to appear in the sky. That was the power of the fiery thunder bomb. Legalism wanted to close the wormhole. Du Xiaofu was not stupid. He was still unable to enter legalism. At the last moment, a fiery thunder bomb was thrown in, wanting to destroy the wormhole. At this moment, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The fiery thunder bomb exploded in the wormhole, and its power was like adding wings to a tiger. It was accompanied by a power that affected space and time. At this moment, if Qin Tian was inside, he would definitely not be able to escape from his primordial spirit. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that the power that affected space and time should be the power of the wormhole. The fiery thunder bomb exploded open the wormhole, causing it to become chaotic. The destructive energy gathered together, becoming more violent and destructive. At this moment, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Legalism was already in a state of chaos and misery. The old lord of legalism, the current lord of legalism, the various elders and protectors were all pale. They watched as the world-destroying power swept out, but they were powerless to stop it. They could only watch as the disciples of legalism were engulfed and their souls were destroyed. The old lord, the current lord of supremacy, and the others were all top-notch cultivators. How powerful were they? They could naturally feel how terrifying the power of the explosion was. The fire wave that was covered in purple electric arcs contained a boundless and terrifying violent energy that spread out, causing a chill to suddenly emerge in their hearts. Not to mention that they were unable to intervene in time, even they wanted to retreat at this moment. Pung 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 pung, the ground cracked, the void exploded, the wind howled, and the lightning arcs were resplendent. Screams and wails could be heard. Many disciples of legalism collapsed, and their souls were destroyed. Such a terrifying energy exploded. The wormhole collapsed, and the entire legalism void trembled. Little bastard, how can you be so cruel? You're taking advantage of legalism. The old lord of supremacy roared. As he retreated, his face was ferocious and filled with anger. The wormhole collapsed, and a large vacuum appeared above the void. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings, floating in the void like a spider web. A hole appeared in the void. Looking at it, it looked like a piece of white paper with an irregular oval hole torn in the middle. Through the hole, one could see everything outside the white paper. At this moment, through the vacuum, one could see a vast ancient space in the distance. However, at this moment it was a mess. It was too horrible to look at. Legalism. Du Dingxuan's eyes were straight as he stared at the other side of the vacuum. It was the school of legalism. The wormhole exploded, but legalism was not completely sealed. Instead, a gap appeared, revealing legalism. At this moment, as long as one crossed the void, they would be able to enter legalism. The spatial wormhole has been blasted open. The destructive energy is too powerful, affecting space. It'll probably take some time for it to recover. When that time comes, the school of legalism will be completely sealed inside. They'll have to rebuild the spatial wormhole. This spatial wormhole is completely destroyed. Elder Lei looked forward and explained the reason. However, there was still some lingering fear in his eyes. Do you really think legalism has no one? Kill. Suddenly, such a voice rang out. It came from the void, and a vast qi that seemed capable of destroying the world swept out from the vacuum. Qi La, in an instant, talisman runes shone brightly in the void. A claw broke through the void and swept across the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Ka-ka, wherever the claw passed, the void collapsed. The plains below broke and collapsed, causing people to tremble in fear. Chapter 1790. Translator. H2H2 Mr. The strong ones won't be below Old Lay and Old Madam. The sudden appearance of the claw print caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to shine with a golden light. It was accompanied by a purple arc of lightning that shot out. You're not qualified. It was also at this moment that Elder Lay's roar shook the 9 heavens. He raised his arm and punched directly at the claw. It was accompanied by vast and resplendent lightning that rushed into the sky as if it could shatter the stars. As this fist blasted out, large amounts of lightning runes interweaved in the void. Mysterious runes blossomed, and a world-shaking pressure shook the void. Rumble, in an instant, the claw and the fist collided in the void. It was as if they had the power to destroy the world, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear everywhere in the void. Such a vast power was definitely not far off from the terrifying pressure of the explosion of the wormhole just now. Deng deng, the might of the punch shattered the void. Old Lay's figure retreated a few steps, and the void under his feet cracked. Chi-la, the other party, was clearly not having a good time either. His figure retreated, and the void behind him shattered. The person who came was a well-built old man with long hair and a beard. He had a vigorous temperament, and his face was old and vigorous. He gave people a feeling that he was past his prime but was still powerful and majestic. The moment this majestic old man appeared, his gaze landed on Elder Lay. Intense fluctuations surged from the depths of his eyes. Whoosh whoosh, at the same time, quite a few figures shot out from the space that the School of Legalism had created with lightning speed, landing beside the old man in his twilight years. Waves after waves of powerful auras fluctuated. On the old faces, pairs of eyes were suffused with a crimson color. Everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. They twitched because of it, and their anger soared into the heavens. Many of them had ferocious auras. They were all demonic beast experts who had reached an extremely terrifying level. Du Xiaofu looked up and swept his gaze across the people who walked out of the legalism. These figures were not unfamiliar. They were the old lord of the legalism, the current lord of the legalism. There were also many elders and protectors of the legalism. He had seen them more than once or twice in the legalism. In the crowd there was an old man. Du Xiaofu took note of him. This was an old man from the Han family, and he was his mother's granduncle. Back then, he had tried to persuade Du Xiaofu to stay in the legalism. His status in the legalism was not low, and he was an extraordinary elder. His expression was kind, but Du Xiaofu did not have a good impression of him. In the crowd there was another old man. Du Xiaofu also took note of him. He was also a member of the Han family. Back then, in the main hall, he had attacked Xioli. His cultivation was at the domain level. Back then, when he faced that old man, Du Xiaofu felt that the domain level was a huge mountain. But now, Du Xiaofu did not take it to heart. Today was different from the past. Boom! As the people of the legalism walked out, there were many of them. Many of the old experts had gloomy expressions. Their faces were cold and indifferent. There was an invisible aura of anger surging, flickering with light. When they gathered together, it was like a collapsing mountain that could crush the void. Just these few people? Originally, these experts of the legalism thought that Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu, the Demon King and his son, would bring the desolate country's current lineup with them. This was especially true for the group of Heaven's Prides and Supremes. They were very terrifying and had a boundless future. Once they grew up, they would be terrifying. However, the only people who had come to the school of legalism were the Demon King and his son, so the corners of the eyes of the experts from the school of legalism twitched once again. They were actually surrounded by the Demon King and his son, and did not dare to go out. If this news were to spread, they were afraid that the legalism would lose its last bit of face. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, you father and son are really ruthless. The sovereign of the legalism spoke. His face was old, but it was still sharp and clear. He must have been very handsome when he was young. However, at this moment, this sovereign looked at Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu in front of him. His gaze was complicated and gloomy with resentment. His meridians had been dug up, and all the prodigies of the school of legalism had been slain by the father and son. Earlier, the spatial wormhole had exploded, and swathes of legalism disciples had been devoured right before his eyes. As the current sovereign of the school of legalism, it was easy to imagine what he was feeling right now. Legalism is the ruthless one. Du Tingxian spoke. He looked at the sovereign of the legalism with sharp eyes. Then, he restrained himself and said, I'm here to pick up Aodong and Xiaojing. Otherwise, we father and son will not leave. Ha 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 ha, the sovereign of the era laughed. He laughed coldly and said, Du Tingxian, I really underestimated you. I really regret that I didn't kill you back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reached this stage today. The heavens are fair. Legalism has no morals. Our luck has run out. This is retribution. Du Tingxian spoke. He looked at the sovereign of the era and said, You are still Aodong's father. I respect you. Hand over Aodong and Xiaojing, and we father and son will leave immediately. From then on, we will have nothing to do with legalism. How dare you? In front of legalism, it is not your turn to be arrogant. You will pay the price. The sovereign of the era had a divine light in his eyes. His aura was extremely terrifying. Legalism still has such a strong expert. He has not stepped into the saint realm, but he is stronger than Li Chunfa and Qin Tianshi. He is not much weaker than the old lady and old Lei. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the sovereign of the era. This sovereign of the era was very strong. He had not reached the saint realm, but he had one foot in the saint realm. A demonic beast at the half-step saint realm. Du Xiaofu murmured softly in his heart. The oil lamp has run out. You can't hold on for much longer. Every time you attack, you consume your last bit of life force. Even if you are at your peak, it is still not enough. It is not your turn to speak. Old Lei looked at the sovereign of the era and scolded. He did not take it to heart. The sovereign of the era was already at the end of his life. If there were no changes, he would meet his end. I'm afraid you are about to run out. You can't hold on for much longer. With your level of cultivation, you can't protect them. The sovereign of the era looked at Old Lei and said, Legalism saints don't dare to come out. Old Lei said. Lightning flashed in the depths of his eyes. Hearing this, the old man in his twilight years was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. He already knew that someone had issued a ban. As long as the heavenly devil battlefield was not open, the experts of the saint realm could not take action. Indeed, no one below the saint realm could do anything to the former. Even if he were to take action now, he would consume his remaining life force. It would speed up the arrival of his end. He had lived for a long time, but he could not escape his end. He had always been seeking to take a step forward and step into the saint realm. That way, he would be able to obtain life force and even take another step forward. However, the saint realm was too difficult. He could not succeed even if he used all his strength. There were not many supreme geniuses in the world who wanted to step into the saint realm. Anyone who could step into the saint realm was a top existence in the world. He did not have much time left. If he wanted to take another step forward and obtain life force, a miracle would have to happen. If the saint realm doesn't come out, you won't dare to enter. It's meaningless. The sovereign of the era looked at Old Lei and said after a while. His gaze slowly swept over Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, and the 8 puppets. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. There was some fluctuation in his eyes. It doesn't matter if we can't enter. If the legalism comes out, I'll kill them. I'll kill them until the legalism hands over my mother and sister, Du Xiaofu said. His resolute face and eyes glowed with a fierce golden light. He did not hide his killing intent. Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. I can't deny that your talent is extraordinary. However, legalism has a much deeper foundation than you think. There are too many secrets in this world that you don't know. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the majestic old man in his twilight years stared at him. His voice was calm and ancient, giving off a feeling of time. I already know about you and your father. Although I'm a mount, I still have some say in the school of legalism. If you and your father can convert to the school of legalism, I can guarantee that your family will be reunited. You and the school of legalism are one family, connected by blood. Why do you need to fight? Chapter 1791. The old man was a mount, but he had an extremely high status in legalism. He had been in seclusion all this time, wanting to improve further. However, he was invited out not long ago and learned of some things. At this moment, he wanted to convert the father and son to legalism. Again, the school of legalism is truly shameless. Du Xiaofu looked directly at the old man. Not to mention that his enmity with legalism had reached an irreconcilable stage, he would definitely not convert to legalism. Old Huang, there's no need to speak to this father and son. Offending legalism is a provocation. They should be killed. The old honorable lord spoke. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was frightening and cold. He no longer looked like an enlightened master. As his voice fell, runes covered his body and his aura was vast. The old man called Old Huang looked at the old honorable lord and frowned slightly. Then, he disappeared without a trace. Old man, I said that one day, when I rule the world, I will definitely kill you. Du Xiaofu looked at the old honorable lord. That day in the main hall, he had been attacked by this old man. Under his sanctimonious appearance, he was the most hateful and vicious person. He did not even care about how many legalism disciples died. You are still stubborn. You have indeed exceeded my expectations time and time again. However, I have to tell you that there are too many things in this world that you do not know. You are making a mistake. The old honorable lord stared at Du Xiaofu, his aura fluctuating. His gaze swept across old Lei, Du Tingxian, and the 8 puppet. He said in a low voice, You think that you have the right to shout at my legalism just because the Saint Realm did not make a move? This is too childish. The 9 cauldrons did not gather, and the 9 families did not come out. However, you are the one who offended my legalism. You are courting death. Why doesn't that old dog Qin Tianshur's primordial spirit dare to come out? What about that old man Li Chenfa? Is his injury too serious? Du Xiaofu replied. Qin Tianshur and Li Chenfa were already in such a miserable state. How many people could the school of legalism still use? Bastard! Du Xiaofu's words were like rubbing salt on the wounds of legalism and slapping the face of legalism in public. Many legalism powerhouses, protector elders, and the numerous legalism disciples who came out of the vacuum clenched their fists and looked gloomy. Little bastard, do you really think that my legalism can't do anything to you? With just the few of you, don't even think about leaving today. The old great lord was furious. His cold shout resounded through the void and reverberated through the sky plains, causing winds to blow and clouds to surge. Let's attack together. With just the few of us, I don't believe that we can't kill them. The auras of countless disciples of legalism surged, and they wanted to rush forward. With just the few of them blocking the path of legalism, how could they not feel aggrieved? Countless disciples of legalism had been swallowed by the terrifying destructive energy, causing their hair to stand on end. At this moment they were even more furious. You want to bully us with numbers? Is there no one in the desolate country who can do it? When the old great lord's angry shout reverberated through the sky plains, a voice came from the void in front of them. Swish, swish, when these words spread out in the void, countless eyes in the surroundings looked up in shock at the distant void. Du Xiaofu's gaze had also been fixed on the distant void. There were surging winds and clouds, as if there were dark clouds pressing down on the sky. A violent storm was sweeping over. Roar, indistinctly, the roars of beasts resounded in the void. A large group of figures, accompanied by ferocious and vigorous auras, immediately descended on the sky plane. Thousands of figures transformed into streaks of light and flew over. Swoosh, swoosh, the rainbows were like lightning, appearing in the nearby sky in a few flashes. Especially at the front, there were dozens of figures descending first. A young man in golden clothes, born with bright spiritual eyes, emitting the aura of a king. He was the well-known red-bone horse monkey Du Xiaoyao. A little girl of 8 or 9 years old, wearing a long dress with starry patterns. Faint golden flames danced in the depths of her eyes, and there was an inverted mark between her eyebrows. She looked mysterious and demonic, and her aura was unconcealable nobility. This little girl was already famous in the world. She was the Purple Dragon Emperor, a young man with a fierce aura. His robe fluttered, his black hair was shoulder-length, and his body was well-built. His scarlet eyes were tinged with purple lightning, making him look like a ferocious beast. A tall girl with slender legs, inexplicably enchanting, and alluring red lips. This man and woman were the most outstanding military figures in the younger generation of the Du family, other than Du Xiaofu, Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoman. A young man in a black robe, with hair as black as night, covered by scattered bangs. His eyes were piercingly cold, and his thin lips were filled with arrogance. He stood with 17 young men behind him. These 18 young men were all upright, and their formless auras froze the void, as if 18 peerless weapons had been born. These 18 people were famous for their ferocity. They used their iron blood to intimidate the world, and they were the 18 sharp weapons of the world society. In the divine domain, they fought against the heroes of the Buddhist sect, and they were truly proud of the world. They were the world society's 18 heavenly guards. One of them was a young woman, graceful, slender and elegant. Her beauty could topple cities, stunning the world. She was Dai Xingyu, a mysterious girl, and not many people knew of her origin. A woman was floating in the air. She had a devilish figure under her tight clothes. Her slender legs, perky buttocks, and slender waist outlined a perfect and alluring curve. Her beautiful face was enough to captivate people's souls. Beside this peerless beauty, a woman's eyes seemed to be suffused with mist. Her long skirt outlined a graceful and moving arc, revealing an elegant and slightly charming aura. They were Ouyang Shuang and Yi Zijin. At this moment, there were also existences like Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Gui Che, Raging Bear King, and Silver-Winged Demonic Condor among the newcomers. Do you want to deal with it alone, or are you afraid that I'm not as strong as you? Du Xiaoyao's figure crossed the sky and landed beside Du Xiaofu. There was some displeasure in her golden eyes. Father, we're here. Little Xingxing landed beside Du Xiaofu. His eyes were clear, but his supreme aura was self-evident. Third brother, this is a matter between you and third uncle, but it's also a matter for the entire Du family. It's a matter for the entire desolate country. Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong landed and gently stood beside Du Xiaofu. The house is renovating, so I took the time to write. Chapter 1792. You told us to return to the ancient heaven sect and come here alone. Are you afraid that we won't be strong enough to hold you back? Zhen Qingchun stared at Du Xiaofu. His inverted triangular eyes glowed with divine light. He had a certain charm to him. At this moment, his body was exuding a faint bloody aura. The 6 wheels blood-killing formation was no longer suppressed by the divine domain. In the divine domain, the 6 wheels blood-killing formation had killed many experts from the legalism school of vertical and horizontal school, and had broken through to an extremely terrifying level. Zhen Qingchun had connected the 6 wheels blood-killing formation to himself, and his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He had obtained great benefit. If there's anything, we'll face it together. Even if I can't help you, at least I'll be by your side, Ouyang Shuang said. Her beautiful face flushed slightly. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Little Xingxing, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the others had returned to the ancient heaven sect. When they learned that Du Xiaofu had come to the legalism school alone, they immediately led everyone to the legalism school of thought. They knew in their hearts that this guy was afraid that something would happen to them when facing a colossus like the legalism school of thought. After all, the legalism school of thought was not as easy to deal with as those converted forces. Are you looking down on us? A young man wearing a green robe with a green pattern on the outside walked out. His shoulder-length hair danced in the wind and his skin glowed. His skin rippled with runes, and his thick eyebrows were slightly raised. His face was resolute, and his aura was even sharper. He was Mo Tianxiao. He did not speak much, but his invisible aura made him stand out even when standing beside Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu and the others. In fact, he could even stand out. As he gazed at the familiar figures before him, a faint bitter smile surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face. However, the blood in his body was slowly boiling. Legalism was too strong. If anything were to happen, Du Xiaofu did not want the desolate country to be implicated. At the very least, it would be much easier for him to escape. However, he did not expect these people to come. The world will be yours. The heavenly beast hall will be yours. The desolate country will be yours. You are the Rock Emperor. Yi Wuming walked out and looked at Du Xiaofu. His gray robes fluttered slightly, and faint golden runes appeared in the depths of his eyes. It was especially frightening. World Guild Moon Shadow Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. Li Shui walked out. Back in Tianwu Academy, she wasn't too outstanding. But over the years, the name of the Dark Moon bewitching Li Shui had spread throughout the 3 continents of Kyushu. No one knew how many experts were in the Moon Shadow Hall that she controlled. No one knew how many people there were in the Moon Shadow Hall and where they were scattered. Even the experts of the World Guild did not know, and no one asked. Li Shui had graduated from Tianwu Academy and was the junior sister of the first princess Du Xiaoman. She was even the senior sister of the president. With such a relationship, no one would suspect the Moon Shadow Hall. And over the years, the results of the Moon Shadow Hall were obvious to all. They were an indispensable existence in the World Guild. World Guild Blackwater Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. World Guild Scarlet Fire Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. World Guild Yellow Earth Hall will live and die with World Guild. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor. Chao Yu, Guzong, Hua Fankong, and the others walked out and summoned their artifacts. Their auras surged as they faced the legalism head-on. Roar! At the same time, the roars of beasts were like thunder. Large numbers of ferocious beasts flapped their wings and appeared in the sky like dark clouds. Strong winds swept across the sky, sweeping up countless rocks and dust. On the ground, terrifying demonic beasts appeared in their true forms. Although they didn't reach their peak form, they were as large as courtyards. Their fangs were intimidating, and their eyes shone with various runes. Their auras caused the earth to tremble and rocks to fly everywhere. These were the true forms of the silver-winged demonic condor, golden python, phantom chariot, phantom tiger king, violent bear king, divine ape king, and other demonic beast kings. Their auras surged out and swept across the area. The gathering of these demonic beast kings was definitely a terrifying lineup. Their auras shook one's soul. Facing them with their own eyes was enough to make one tremble in fear. Roar, Celestial Beast Hall and the world will live and die together. We swear to follow Hall Master to our deaths. Phantom Chariot, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Violent Bear King, and Phantom Tiger King roared. Their voices were like thunder, and their auras were terrifying. The cries of beasts rose and fell one after another. We swear to follow him to our deaths. Celestial Wolf Gu Tianxiao's eyes glowed green as his cape fluttered in the wind. We swear to follow the Rock Emperor to our deaths. Thunder Eagle King, Miemeng King, Yunzhan King, and King who all spoke at the same time. The 18 celestial beast guards will live and die together with the world. We swear to follow him to our deaths. Yi Piaoling, Qinguyu, Silver Fox, Anyang, and the rest of the 18 heavenly generals spoke. Their auras surged, and their 18 eyes shot out dazzling lights. It was as if 18 divine weapons had been born, and the smell of blood filled the air. Tianwu Academy and the desolate country will live and die together. We swear to follow him to our deaths. A group of extraordinary young men and women walked out. Their auras surged, and their demeanors were outstanding. They were the current generals of Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu. With the help of the desolate country, the current Tianwu Academy had already regained its former glory. In fact, it had even far surpassed its former glory. It was already on the verge of forming a terrifying faction by itself. We swear to follow him to our deaths. We swear to follow him to our deaths. In an instant, such words resounded through the void, shaking the entire sky plains. The morale was high, and their auras surged. At this moment, the desolate country had a lineup of over 2,000 people. Facing the legalism of the 9 great clans, none of them showed a trace of fear. Back in the divine realm, they had killed quite a few people from the 3 great clans. Their talent was on par with the prodigies of the school of legalism. As for Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, Mo Tianxiao, Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu, Gui Che, Qin Mo, and the rest, they were a group of supreme experts. Such a group of people, how frightening and powerful was that? The desolate country has actually become so powerful. At this moment, facing such a lineup, many disciples of the Legalism Academy, who originally wanted to surround and attack Du Xiaofu, were now trembling in fear. The aura that swept out from the terrifying lineup of the desolate country was enough to make the disciples of the Legalism Academy tremble in fear. Legalism's Elder Huang, the previous Sovereign Lord, the current Sovereign Lord, as well as Old Man Han, all looked at the gathering of the desolate country's supreme geniuses. Experts were as numerous as the clouds, while the Legalism Academy behind them had withered away. This was the difference between the rising sun and the setting sun. Legalism's Elder Huang, the previous Sovereign Lord, and the current Sovereign Lord's eyes began to ripple. At this moment, they truly felt a lingering fear that came from the depths of their hearts and souls. The desolate country's wings had begun to grow. Once this group of supreme geniuses fully matured, which power in this world would be able to compare to them? At that time, it would be a complete nightmare for legalism. What caused Elder Huang, the previous Sovereign Lord, and the current Sovereign Lord to be even more afraid was that this group of supreme geniuses had all submitted to Du Xiaofu alone. No matter how strong a person was or how high they could climb, there would always be a time when they would be blown away by the wind. However, if this person had someone supporting him and a large group of people gathered to form a foundation, then he would be unshakable. That would be true despair. Du Xiaofu turned his head slightly and looked at the group of ferocious beasts and familiar figures behind him. He felt a little emotional and his blood began to boil. However, he suppressed this emotion at the bottom of his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, Du Xiaofu turned around. His purple robes fluttered as he stepped through the air. He looked directly at the old Sovereign Lord with dazzling golden eyes as he roared thunderously, "Do you have the guts to come out and fight me? I'll kill you, old bastard!" His words echoed in all directions. The old bastard's aura of cultivation at the master domain realm could not escape Du Xiaofu's sharp senses, so he was not afraid to fight him. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to kill this old bastard to take revenge for what happened that day. Old Sovereign Lord, make your move. Kill that demon king. Some of the legalism disciples muttered as they clenched their fists. Even many legalism experts hoped that the old Sovereign Lord would make his move and kill Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1793. Old Lord, make your move. More and more disciples of legalism whispered. Someone's aura surged and filled the air with runes. The runes gathered in the air and shone brightly, illuminating the sky. All right, I'll grant you your wish. Let's have a one-on-one battle. The old lord spoke. Although his face was gloomy, his voice was loud and clear, shaking the sky. Boom, boom. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy filled the air around the old Zun Zun. It stirred up the void and turned into a ray of light that filled the sky. It was as if the sky was filled with dazzling runes, as if a god had descended to the world. This old fellow is a few thousand years old. He still has the nerve to ask for a one-on-one battle. Little Xingxing pouted. His clear eyes were filled with golden flames. It was obvious that he wanted to interfere. That old fellow has lived for quite a few years. He's really bullying the young with his old age. Du Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, revealing the aura of a king for no reason. He also had the intention of interfering. Lingtong's eyes flickered. According to Du Xiaoyao's estimation, if she joined forces with Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, they would be able to kill this old fellow. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He waved his hand at Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. He signaled with his eyes and raised his head slightly. He looked at the old lord of legalism and said, "Let's have a one-on-one battle." Boom. The old lord of legalism directly made his move. The runes that filled the sky surged and turned into a dazzling giant palm print. It contained a vast amount of energy. It distorted the sky and carried a terrifying momentum as it slapped towards Du Xiaofu. The handprint was far too terrifying. It descended from the sky, and as the wind and clouds surged, the ground of the plains began to crumble. The living beings in the surroundings all trembled, but they were insignificant. They were all shocked. The old sect of legalism was indeed terrifying. Not enough. This was Du Xiaofu's verbal reply. Although it had only been a short time since he left legalism, things had changed with the passage of time. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and strength, he no longer needed to listen to his preaching like before. At the same time as his reply, Du Xiaofu raised his hand and faced the giant palm print that was crushing down. He punched out with a powerful and domineering punch. This punch faintly carried with it the sound of dragons and elephants. It was extremely tyrannical. Thunder Lord. Rumble. This kind of collision shattered the void, revealing a vacuum. Space collapsed, and rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Ka. On the ground of the plains, a large number of cracks exploded. Gravel shot out, dust and smoke soared into the sky, revealing a deep abyss and spreading ditches. The surrounding living beings all retreated in panic. Boom. Boom. Du Xiaofu took 2 steps back in the midst of the violent energy, but the old reverend's figure also swayed, and he staggered a step back. Du Xiaofu can actually fight with the old lord. Everyone from legalism was stunned. They looked at each other in dismay and trembled. Was this real? Du Xiaofu's strength was actually able to fight with the old lord. It seemed that he was not at a disadvantage. Especially those experts from legalism. They felt their bodies trembling as if an electric current was flowing through their bodies. Back then, the young man who could only dominate the younger generation of the school of legalism was now able to face the old honorable lord head-on. He has only been cultivating for a few years. How can he have such strength? The eyes of the experts from the school of legalism trembled. This was too unreasonable. Just how old was Du Xiaofu? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it would have been less than 30 years, yet he already possessed such strength. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. He did indeed have the right to be arrogant. However, the experts from legalism hoped that the old lord would be able to kill Du Xiaofu. Did he think that legalism was a pushover? He dug out the veins and souls, destroyed the foundation of the orthodoxy, and killed all the supreme talents of legalism. Now, he was blocking the door of legalism. Legalism had been passed down since ancient times. It was one of the 9 great families. It was an ancient family with a long history. How could it be provoked again and again? The old lord stabilized his body and looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with waves. Back then, he had captured Du Xiaofu alive with ease. It felt like yesterday. But now, the young man in front of him was already able to fight with him. This speed of growth was too fast. It was so fast that the old lord of legalism felt that it was getting more and more terrifying. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Ouyang Shuang, Elder Lei, Zhen Qingchun, and the others were all staring at the scene in front of them. Their expressions were calm, but there was a subtle fluctuation in them. Boom! Du Xiaofu stabilized his body. His aura swept out and filled the air with electric arcs. Golden light flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. What a strong guy! Feeling Du Xiaofu's aura, many experts from legalism were afraid and their expressions changed. The old lord's expression darkened. His eyes fluctuated. His body emitted a bright light that enveloped his whole body. It was as if he had formed a world of his own. Old Lord, please leave this kid to me. Let me deal with him on your behalf. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in midair. A dazzling light appeared in the vacuum tunnel of legalism. A figure appeared in the sky. His body was dazzling, as if stars had descended. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and felt a familiar aura. It's him. Du Xiaofu knew who it was. It was his mother's elder brother. He had once asked him to dig out his heart. In the divine space, Du Xiaofu found out from the primordial spirits of many disciples of legalism that his name was Han Aoshi. He was Han Ningma's father. If it wasn't for the irreconcilable enmity with legalism, Du Xiaofu would have called him uncle. Han Aoshi. Du Tingxian raised his head and looked at the figure in the dazzling light. Lightning flashed in his eyes. With Han Aoshi's arrival, the light on his body slowly disappeared. He was an extraordinary middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. His eyes were deep, but there was an invisible aura that made people's hearts tremble. Peak of the domain realm, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Han Aoshi's aura was restrained, but Du Xiaofu could roughly see that he should be at the peak of the domain realm. He shouldn't be far from the main domain realm. Although Han Aoshi was much older than Qin Wudi, this cultivation was enough to represent Han Aoshi's talent. He probably wasn't much weaker than Qin Wudi, but he didn't seem to have reached the nirvana stage. Du Xiaofu knew that sometimes, the difference between a nirvana sovereign and an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator couldn't completely measure the difference in talent. Han Aoshi's cultivation was at the peak of the domain realm, but his current cultivation and the fact that he had a son like Han Ningma who had reached the nirvana stage were enough to represent his talent. Du Xiaofu secretly guessed that Han Aoshi might have encountered some mental obstacles on his path of cultivation, which caused him to be unable to reach the nirvana stage. However, with his talent, he should have been qualified to reach the nirvana stage. Aoshi, that little bastard has a treasure that can explode. It's difficult for anyone below the sage realm to block it. Ancestor Tianchu's body was destroyed by it. He told us to be careful. As Han Aoshi arrived, the old sovereign's voice also reached his ears. However, that little bastard shouldn't have many of those treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to enter my legalism. The old sovereign of legalism knew that Du Xiaofu had a great killing weapon on him from Qin Tianchu's primordial spirit. However, The old exalt believed that Du Xiaofu definitely didn't have many weapons of mass destruction that could kill peak experts of the Overlord realm. It was already a miracle that he had one. Such a treasure was definitely rare in the world. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu would have dared to enter the legalism long ago. Han Aoshi didn't reply to the old sovereign's words. Instead, he directly said to the old sovereign, "Old sovereign, let me do it. You don't have to do anything. I'll kill him to avenge Wudi and legalism. He'll have to pay the price." "All right." The old great reverend stared at Han Aoshi for a while before nodding. Han Aoshi raised his head. He had a slender figure, long hair, and fair skin. However, he didn't look feminine. His eyes shone, and his bearing was extraordinary. He seemed very young. "I'll fight with you. Let me see how powerful you've become over the years. Let's see if you're qualified to kill Wudi and Wudi." Han Aoshi looked at Du Xiaofu with a calm expression. His voice was gentle, but it seemed to have a magical power that could influence one's soul and bewitch one's heart. Han Aoshi was such a person. Among the 9 families, Qin Wudi was famous for legalism. Later, his son, Han Ingma, was famous throughout the 9 families. Han Aoshi had always kept a low profile. Even in legalism, he rarely showed himself. However, only the old legalism people knew how terrifying Han Aoshi was. Du Tingxian looked at Han Aoshi with sharp eyes. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing didn't look too good at this moment. They were about to attack. "All right." Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at Han Aoshi and nodded. His purple robe fluttered slightly as he stood in the air. He gave people a feeling that he was unshakable. His temperament was more peaceful than his usual domineering temperament, and more tranquil than his usual fierce temperament. Sensing Du Xiaofu's invisible aura, many of the old legalism people's expressions changed, and they were shocked. Han Aoshi was also looking at Du Xiaofu. His expression was still calm, but if one looked carefully, one would see that his every move seemed to be in harmony with the heavens and earth, emitting a Tao rhythm. "This guy isn't weak either," Du Xiaoyao said as she looked at Han Aoshi. "Dad won't let me attack." Little Xingxing pouted. She really wanted to attack Han Aoshi, but her father wouldn't give her the chance. She was a bit unhappy. "Show me how extraordinary you are." Han Aoshi made his move. Suddenly, dazzling runes appeared in the air around him, and in an instant, they transformed into a palm print. Whoosh! As the palm flew out, the surrounding space shattered, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The runes on the palm flashed, turning into a resplendent lotus that rippled out in all directions. Chapter 1794. Compared to that old bastard, you seem to be weaker. Du Xiaofu's arrogant words made the disciples of legalism furious. If this demon king Du Xiaofu could not be killed, even if he killed his way to the legalism, then the legalism would have no face to go out in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu stomped his foot into the air. Spatial ripples surged and golden light gushed out from the soles of his feet. It was domineering and sharp. Amidst the rumbling sound of space, he struck out with his palm. The vigorous Xian qi in his body was like a torrential flood, following the hand seal and condensing into a golden hand seal. A powerful energy pressure spread out from it, causing the entire space to tremble violently. This was the Shaoyang seal, one of the mysterious 4 division seals. At this moment, Du Xiaofu raised his hand to activate it. There was also a kind of spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers, as if he was the sole ruler. Boom! Golden light spread out from his palm. In a flash, it fiercely collided with Han Aoshi's refined palm seal. Rumble! Boom! On the verge of contact, terrifying runic energy exploded, destroying the void. The rocks under the plains exploded and the ground collapsed, spreading out in all directions. The surrounding creatures that were a bit closer all staggered backwards, some of them flying out. This kind of terrifying strength left everyone shocked and scared. This demon king is so strong. No wonder he dared to provoke our legalism time and time again. He was able to kill Han Ingma and Qin Wudi. Many of the elders of the legalism were solemn. Their hearts were heavy. This kind of brat, who they did not even take a second look at, was now a huge problem for the entire legalism. Boom! On the verge of contact, Han Aoshi's figure rushed out again. He did not say anything. He clenched his fist and punched out. Resplendent runes covered the void, shattering a large part of the void. Du Xiaofu did not say anything either. His purple robe fluttered as he rushed out forcefully. He did not retreat but instead advanced. He also punched out, wrapped in the light of stars. That was the power of stars that spread out as if it affected a galaxy. Boom! The two of them attacked almost at the same time and their fists collided. The sky exploded and runes shone brightly. The plains were desolate and uninhabited to begin with. Now that the two of them had casually swept through the plains, it would have been a disaster if not for that. Buzz! Suddenly, Han Aoshi charged out from the dazzling runes. A vast and mighty origin spirit aura shot out from between his eyebrows, accompanied by a magnificent and desolate pressure. This pressure was almost the same as Du Xiaofu's mysterious spiritual root. Han Aoshi condensed a mighty wave of nascent divinity, and like a torrential flood, it swept towards Du Xiaofu. This was a primordial spirit attack. Han Aoshi was a dual cultivator of martial Dao and talisman Dao. His attainments in talisman Dao were even greater than his attainments in martial Dao. As a dual cultivator, Han Aoshi was able to cultivate the Dao of martial arts and the Dao of talismans. Furthermore, he had such a terrifying cultivation base. That terrifying primordial spirit attack covered the void. This is a primordial spirit attack. Many people in the desolate country were shocked. Primordial spirit attacks were what cultivators feared the most. A primordial spirit attack, however, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. Silver-gold electric arcs fluctuated between his eyebrows, and his body rippled with white, divine light. A giant tree of silver-gold electric arcs spread out in front of him, taking root in the primordial spirit wave. It was like a withered tree that exuded a supreme destructive pressure. Countless electric arcs swallowed up the primordial spirit wave. Bastard, Demon King Du Xiaofu's body has fused with several types of spiritual thunder. They are the nemesis of primordial spirits. He is not afraid of primordial spirit attacks. Legalism experts were shocked. They knew that Du Xiaofu's body had miraculously fused with several types of spiritual thunder. Later on, Han Qianran's spiritual thunder was taken away by him. However, they did not expect Du Xiaofu's martial arts to be so ferocious and his primordial spirit to be so unbelievably powerful. Ao Shi has also improved a lot in these years. However, at this moment, the old sovereign was shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength, and he also praised Han Aoshi. To him, Han Aoshi was only a junior. He had cultivated for only a few decades, and yet he had reached such a level of cultivation. In their generation, there were many peerless geniuses. It was a pity that these young people could have pushed legalism to new heights, but now, more than half of them had fallen. Qi La. Han Aoshi's eyes rippled when he sensed that Du Xiaofu's silver-gold tree of lightning was able to devour Yuan spirits and was filled with a destructive power. He immediately formed a hand seal and his Yuan spirit's energy surged. He was actually able to break free from the tree of lightning and transform into a resplendent axe. The giant axe cut through the void, and the mighty primordial spirit energy slashed towards Du Xiaofu. Obviously, Han Aoshi wanted to kill him. He wanted to avenge Qin Wudi, his son Han Ingma, and all the disciples of legalism who had fallen. At this moment, Han Aoshi was regretting letting this kid go. He thought that this kid would definitely die after losing his mind. He did not expect that not only did he not die, but he also grew to such a level. In such a short period of time, This kid in front of him had caused legalism to suffer such a heavy blow. This kid was still growing. He had only cultivated for a few decades, and now he was already so terrifying. In a few years, or maybe a few decades, how strong would he be? However, Han Aoshi also believed that this kid must die. He should not exist in this world. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. At this moment, the primordial spirit axe chopped down. Du Xiaofu's mind moved, and he turned into a giant silver-gold lightning tortoise. It was the Dharma idol of the earth-shattering thunder. It was indestructible and blocked the axe. In the next moment, the giant silver-gold lightning tortoise turned into a huge three-legged golden lightning bird. Electric arcs surged, bringing with them dazzling destructive thunder, causing the lightning runes that filled the sky to ripple in the void. It was as if they had turned into a wave of dazzling golden lightning that swept towards the primordial spirit axe with an earth-shattering force. Waves of destructive and violent energy ripples spread out, wrapping around the primordial spirit axe. Ao! Han Aoshi's expression changed. His hair danced wildly, and he condensed the shadow of a strange beast that roared in the void, suppressing the three-legged golden lightning bird. In the end, he withdrew the primordial spirit axe. Otherwise, if his primordial spirit was injured, the consequences would be severe. I'm not strong enough. Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve and turned into a purple-gold stream of light. Electric arcs rippled as he flew forward. Behind him, mysterious runes undulated, and a purple-gold thunder rock appeared, emitting a domineering and destructive pressure as it pounced towards Han Aoshi. Han Aoshi's body was wrapped in a dazzling light, and a two-headed dragon roared out. The dragon's roar was deafening, and it pounced towards the purple-gold thunder rock. The rock and the dragon collided in the void, shattering the void and turning the world upside down. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as the runes shattered. Rumble! Du Xiaofu and Han Aoshi collided once again, and they fought fiercely. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had a true understanding of Han Aoshi. This person was worthy of being Han Ningma's father. He didn't reveal his talent in the outside world, but he was absolutely terrifying. He was worthy of being able to nurture a nirvana sovereign like Han Ningma. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. With a half-step rebirth realm cultivation, his strength had far exceeded that of Han Aoshi. His comprehension of various profound techniques was also far from what he could compare to in the past. Merciless law! Han Aoshi shouted. He formed a hand seal and punched out. It contained a great momentum, and it emitted a majestic aura. Endless pressure filled the air, and it violently bombarded Du Xiaofu. This was the ultimate move of legalism, but Han Aoshi had already cultivated it to the acme of perfection. Every move he made was filled with a terrifying pressure. Legalism is merciless. Du Xiaofu soared through the sky. He didn't retreat, and instead, he advanced fearlessly. Purple-gold lightning fluctuated, and endless runes swept out. At their current level, everything was too fast. Han Aoshi's fist instantly landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. Boom! Just as the fist landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, a golden light bloomed around Du Xiaofu's body. Rays of light, like feathers, instantly condensed into a magnificent golden armor that covered his entire body. Screech from the armor, the screech of a golden-winged rock could be heard. It pierced through the clouds and cracked stones, and an incomparably domineering aura swept through the void. Rumble! Han Aoshi's fist also landed on Du Xiaofu's chest at the same time, and the mighty momentum poured down in torrents. Tyrannical fist way. Du Xiaofu's fist also carried the roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant at the same time. With an unparalleled momentum, it directly blasted out and landed on Han Aoshi's chest. At this moment, Han Aoshi's robe lit up, and a resplendent light gushed out in an instant, turning into a simple and unadorned large bell that enveloped his body. Buzz! Du Xiaofu's fist landed on the simple and unadorned large bell. Immediately, the sound of wind and thunder resounded incessantly. Rings of energy surged, bringing with them electric arcs that erupted with a dazzling light. Crack, crack, however, in an instant, the simple and unadorned large bell was immediately covered with dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Then, in front of Du Xiaofu's fist, it directly exploded into pieces. Bam! The simple and unadorned large bell exploded, and the buzzing sound was like thunder shaking the heavens. It exploded into the void, and fragments shot into the sky. Pucci, Han Aoshi spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the front of his clothes red. His body was also directly sent flying. However, Du Xiaofu's body only swayed slightly. The resplendent green spirit armor dimmed slightly, and then it returned to its usual resplendent state. It's that armor again. Its origin is mysterious. Is it a treasure or is it condensed from profound energy? Many of the legalism experts present had already seen Du Xiaofu use this strange armor to completely destroy Moksha back in the Chen wasteland mainland. Now that this armor had appeared again, its defensive power was too terrifying. What shocked the legalism crowd even more was that Du Xiaofu's direct punch had actually sent Han Aoshi flying. A peak defensive artifact that was almost on the same level as the heavenly dragon barrier of the dragons was blown apart by a single punch. What kind of strength was this? Gee! In the void, the purple-gold thunder rock's cry pierced through the clouds and shattered stone. It also destroyed the two-headed dragon beast Shadow. It flapped its wings and then disappeared into the void. Han Aoshi staggered and stabilized his body. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. His calm expression finally began to ripple. Boom! It was also at this moment that the space around Han Aoshi trembled violently. Winds rose and clouds surged, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Above the void, strange phenomena appeared. There were stars revolving, ferocious birds soaring into the sky, and the universe turning upside down. Chapter 1795. Han Aoshi's body was also covered with mysterious runes. He activated his earth vein spirit. It was an ancient volcano that spewed lava. He was the earth vein spirit. When all of this appeared in the void, it caused the space above the sky to explode. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Endless runes shone brightly. They were so bright that they seemed alive. Let's see how extraordinary you are, Han Aoshi said. His voice was still filled with a demonic nature that could affect one's spirit. The terrifying vision was terrifying, and it evolved into various techniques. These techniques merged together. This was the combination of legalism's technique. Divine power surged, and the volcano spewed out. It also carried a terrifying primordial spirit attack. It was unparalleled in the world, and it pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't speak and was completely fearless. His violet robe fluttered while a golden, black, and silver-colored palm print had suddenly condensed on his right palm, and it was crystalline, translucent, and filled with talisman markings. Without any hesitation, he shook his arm, and the tricolored handprint directly cut through the space, directly slapping toward Han Aoshi's magic power pouring down. Boom! Boom! The three-colored handprint expanded in the wind. The runes shone brightly. The three-colored runes contained a terrifying destructive power. It was the combination of three types of martial arts. It was the combination of three seals of Du Xiaofu's mysterious four-elephant seal. Rumble! The palm print collided with the power of the spell. In an instant, the entire void trembled. Resplendent runes drowned out everything. Large cracks appeared in the void amidst a series of cracking sounds. The space was in chaos. An energy storm swept out in all directions. A pitch-black halo appeared in the void. It was like a black hole that devoured everything. Blazing magma poured out in midair. Rumble! The world trembled as if the sky and earth were falling apart. This scene made everyone's heart jump and tremble with fear. At the same time, above the shattered void, two figures flew out at the same time. Puff Han Aoshi was vomiting blood. His face was pale and his hair was messy. He was in a sorry state. His meridian soul had also been shattered. Although Du Xiaofu was sent flying, he was safe and sound after stabilizing his body. The blue spirit armor, the immortal Xian body, and the Golden Rock clan's great success divine body, made his physical body terrifyingly strong. Han Aoshi's eyes were cold and gloomy. If he fought with his full strength, there was almost no one in the outside world who was a match for him. He was at the peak of the Grand Dominion realm, so he could even fight an ordinary Master Realm expert head-on. Yet now, he had suffered a loss at the hands of his nephew before him. Moreover, not long ago, he had not even taken him seriously. He's so strong. Legalism. Everyone was shocked, and even more so, they were filled with a kind of fear. To directly shatter Han Aoshi's magic with a single palm, what kind of terrifying power did this require? This was too terrifying. Boom. In an instant, Du Xiaofu did not stop at all. He stomped his foot, and his figure swooped down towards Han Aoshi like a rock spreading its wings. Han Aoshi was moved, and a simple and resplendent armor appeared on his body. It was very majestic. He had not used this armor for many years. No one dared to provoke him, and no one dared to provoke legalism. At the same level, he would not even bother to use a protective treasure, but now he had no choice but to use it. Du Xiaofu's speed was too fast, so fast that Han Aoshi's heart trembled. He gathered his strength and turned into a ferocious beast, colliding with Du Xiaofu. The collision was very intense amidst the roars of the beast. Puff, but in the end, Han Aoshi vomited blood again. He was suppressed by Du Xiaofu and was sent flying. Chi! Du Xiaofu appeared once again. He was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. In an instant, he was in front of Han Aoshi. In a panic, Han Aoshi's eyes exploded with a cold light. The long sword in his hand flew out, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded. The whole sword was scarlet red, and the cry of a phoenix could be heard. It was as if a phoenix had come into being. Blazing red light gushed out and quickly slashed towards Du Xiaofu. The sword light cut through the void, revealing a pitch-black light. It made one's soul tremble just by looking at it. However, Du Xiaofu did not retreat. He quickly tilted his body slightly, and his eyes were suffused with purple lightning. His gaze was filled with killing intent and determination. Chi La. This sword fell on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, and the golden dagger axe exploded. Sparks flew in all directions, and a large piece of the blue armor's feather was cut off. Du Xiaofu's shoulder was also cut by the sword light, revealing flesh, but not bone. This sword was not an ordinary item. It was a treasure comparable to a sacred weapon. Han Aoshi had used it to create a gap in the blue armor, and also injured Du Xiaofu. Boom! However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a cold smile. His fist exploded with golden light, and at the same time, it landed on Han Aoshi's chest. The simple armor on Han Aoshi's body started to crack from the chest. It was like a hot knife through butter, and Han Aoshi spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it was far from over. Du Xiaofu did not withdraw his fist. His fist opened into a palm, and his 5 fingers curled slightly. On his fingertips, mysterious talisman patterns flickered as if they wanted to tear the space apart. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the claw. This was the rock's chaos-shattering claw. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was like that of a peerless rock. The talisman patterns in the center of the claw were like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and fly out. The domineering and fierce aura made the surrounding demonic beasts tremble. Chi La golden light exploded from the claw, and like countless golden lightning snakes, it ruthlessly landed on Han Aoshi's chest with an incomparably domineering attitude, and went straight in. Han Aoshi's gaze trembled as he stared at Du Xiaofu. He felt a pain that penetrated deep into his soul, as if something had been removed. His pupils trembled, and his expression was complicated. However, there was no fear. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand, but in his palm, a red heart was emitting heat. It was overflowing with bright red blood, and it was still beating. At the same time, the wound on Du Xiaofu's shoulder was healing. The shattered blue armor on his shoulder was also recovering. At this moment, the gazes of all the legalism people changed. This kind of shock was too great. Just like that, Han Aoshi's heart was dug out by the Demon King. At this moment, Han Aoshi stared at the bright red heart in Du Xiaofu's palm. As if he was possessed, he was stunned and said softly, "So losing one's heart would hurt so much, why isn't your heart black?" Du Xiaofu looked at Han Aoshi's heart in his hand, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was asking Han Aoshi. He muttered softly, "Back then, when you asked me to dig out your heart, although it was my wish, you shouldn't have bewitched people's hearts. I won't kill you, because my mother wants to call you Big Brother. As for whether you can live like me, that will depend on the will of the heavens." Bang! When Du Xiaofu's voice fell, his palm shook and the bright red heart suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Ha 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 ha! When the heart exploded, Han Aoshi's sluggish face suddenly burst into laughter. Blood flowed out of his chest, and his laughter resounded through the void. "Aoshi, my son," the revered lord of legalism shouted, his face ferocious. His figure appeared in front of Han Aoshi, and a pill was stuffed into Han Aoshi's mouth, sealing the blood in Han Aoshi's chest. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said sinisterly, "Little bastard, how could you do this? He is your uncle." "Are you blushing when you say that?" Du Xiaofu looked at the revered lord of legalism with a calm gaze. The revered lord of legalism's face twitched, but he was finally speechless. However, his expression became colder and colder. Chapter 1796. Legalism owes this heart to him. Within the desolate country, Zhen Qingchun and Yi Wuming murmured to themselves. They were one of the few people who knew the whole story. They knew exactly what had happened. Legalism's coldness and heartlessness had left the purple-robed man on the brink of death. It was almost impossible for him to survive. Fortunately, the heavens had eyes and a miracle had happened. He had come back to life, and that was why he was alive today. Elder Lei, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing did not say anything. Their eyes flickered with light. Elder Huang did not move either. On his face, there was a complicated expression deep in his eyes. He furrowed his brows for a moment before regaining his composure. "What a vicious heart! You have no respect for your elders. Heaven and earth will not tolerate you. You deserve death." The old great supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu. He did not seem to be affected by the heartbreak of his junior, Han Aoshi. Over the past few thousand years, he had lost count of the number of juniors who had died. Han Aoshi could only be considered one of the most talented juniors, but he did not feel any heartache. At his level of cultivation, other than himself and legalism, there was nothing else that could affect his heart. However, Han Aoshi's heartbreak was like a slap to legalism's face. It made his expression even more ferocious. "I respect my elders and teachers. I respect my elders. The desolate country is the emperor. The imperial palace is blessed by the dragon Qi, and the heavens and earth protect us. Legalism is not my elder's kin. He prevented me from reuniting with my family. He has repeatedly deceived and bullied me. It is not wrong to kill him." Du Xiaofu spoke calmly. He was not a soft-hearted person. After experiencing so much over the years, he understood that if he did not kill Han Aoshi today, Han Aoshi would kill him in the future. He had not killed him yet. He was only asking for what he owed. Ha 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 ha! The old great supremacy laughed coldly. His laughter was terrifying. His aura surged and flickered. "You want to fight?" I'll keep you company. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth lifted slightly, and the azure spirit armor on his body emitted a golden light. With the old High Lord's cultivation, Du Xiaofu had a chance of killing him if he went all out. The more he killed now, the less trouble he would face in the future. Little bastard, you still dare to come? While the old Zune cultivator was smiling coldly, a dazzling light emerged from the legalism space. A cold sound spread in the air and a gigantic wave of energy swept across the sky. Walala, dazzling runes seemed to fill the void in an instant, illuminating the earth. It was as if some kind of god had descended to the world. A terrifying aura made Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the other experts present feel their hearts tremble for no reason. In a split second, resplendent symbols wrapped around him. It was as if a glorious sun was in the sky. An elder was in the sky, and his eyes were bright as they shot out divine light. They were as resplendent as stars. The patriarch has come out of seclusion. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings. The disciples of the legalism space were surprised when they saw the elder appear. It was as if they had gained a spiritual pillar. They were overjoyed. At this moment, even the old High Lord was secretly happy when he saw the elder. This old man wore a long robe, but his face was clean and fair. His gaze was vast and boundless like the sea, and it seemed to contain a world within it. However, at this moment, divine light was fluctuating, and it revealed a type of peerlessly fierce and cold aura. Li Chunfa. Greetings. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. How could he not recognize this elder? He was one of the legalism's patriarchs, Li Chunfa. Back then, one of his Yuan spirit avatars was destroyed in the divine domain, and he was severely injured. However, at this moment, it seemed that Li Chunfa's injuries were almost healed, but the damage to his Yuan spirit was not something that could be easily repaired. Li Chunfa. When Li Chunfa's figure appeared, many people present recognized him. Li Chunfa's gaze swept across the void. When he saw Elder Huang, he nodded in respect. Then, he saw Du Tingxian, Elder Lei and Han Aoshi, whose heart had been dug out. The corners of his eyes twitched, and finally, he stared at Du Xiaofu with cold, killing intent. You recovered after your Yuan spirit avatar was destroyed? Du Xiaofu replied to Li Chunfa. You were arrogant in the divine domain. Do you dare to fight me now? Li Chunfa's words were like rubbing salt on the wound. He was publicly slapped in the face. His aura was fierce, and his gaze was intimidating. With such a loud commotion, Li Chunfa was in seclusion, and no one was allowed to disturb him. However, such a big thing had happened in the legalism space, and he was still alarmed. Looking at the scene and the remnant aura fluctuations, he knew what had just happened. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was able to injure Han Aoshi so severely, Li Chunfa's heart was also shaken. He knew Han Aoshi's cultivation and strength very well. How could Li Chunfa not be shocked to be able to injure Han Aoshi so severely without using his full strength? Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He looked at Li Chunfa coldly, but there was no fear in his eyes. If the young one can't do it, the old one will do it again? Du Xiaoqing, Zhen Qingchun, Yi Wuming, Chang Guyu, Thunder Eagle King, and Illusion Tiger King were all furious. On the other hand, Du Xiaoyao, Mo Tianxiao, Yi Piaoling, Guqin Devil, and Gui Che were very calm. The old one is also courting death. Little Xingxing pouted and snorted coldly. What? You don't dare? Where's the arrogance of the divine domain? Li Chunfa looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. Dazzling light rippled from his body, sharp and cold, bringing with it a crushing force. However, Li Chunfa was also secretly pondering. He already knew that Qin Tian's physical body had been destroyed, so he had to be on guard. However, no one should have too many of such treasures. Otherwise, this father and son would not have been afraid to enter the legalism. At this moment, he seemed to be hesitating, which made Li Chunfa feel that this kid probably didn't have such treasures. Otherwise, why would he be so hesitant? Moreover, now that he was on guard, how could he be careless? This was another chance to kill this disaster, and Li Chunfa didn't want to miss it. Even if it's your true body, I will still kill you today. Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor was suffused with golden light as he spoke. His voice was calm, and there was a kind of hidden majesty and momentum. It was like a dragon hibernating in the abyss, a tiger crouching in the forest, and a phoenix perching in the trees. Seeing that Du Xiaofu agreed to fight with Li Chunfa, Old Lei, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, Old Yao, Ouyang Shuang, and the others were all moved. However, when they felt the invisible aura coming from Du Xiaofu's body, they didn't say anything in the end. Good, 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 Li Chunfa nodded and smiled coldly. In his laughter, his aura was also vast and mighty as he said, "It's a pity that this is not the divine domain. You talk too much nonsense." Du Xiaofu spoke. His calm aura was like a sleeping ferocious beast that had suddenly awakened. His aura soared into the sky, and golden light burst out. His figure turned into lightning, and purple lightning spread out from his body. Boom! At the same time, the monstrous Xian Qi in Du Xiaofu's body was like the sea, and it surged out in all directions, whistling in the sky. So what if you are talented? You are still too young, and your foundation is not enough. You don't have the qualifications and strength to compete with me. Today, I will give you a chance, but you will pay the price with your life. However, when the purple lightning filled the sky, and the thunder clouds rolled over and covered the sky, a bone-chilling shout suddenly came from Li Chunfa's mouth. His voice shook the sky, and the runes shone brightly. They contained great momentum, and they turned into a huge rune handprint in the sky. It slapped towards Du Xiaofu with great force. This handprint was like a palpitating light cloud that pressed down and enveloped Du Xiaofu. It was able to block the purple lightning, and its power was shocking and terrifying. Chapter 1797. The Peak of the Overlord Realm. Old Lei, Mo Tianshao, and the others raised their heads and continued to watch in silence. The huge, palpitating hand of light descended. Dust rose from the desolate plains once more as debris flew into the air like a storm. In an instant, the huge hand of light had already descended. It covered the sky and instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. However, in just an instant, the huge hand of light froze in the air as everyone watched anxiously. Then, with a cracking sound, it was directly torn apart as if it had exploded. Boom! In the end, it turned into a surging wave of rune energy that spread through the air, causing the entire world to tremble. The terrifying energy swept through the heavens and the earth. It was far too shocking and terrifying. Old Lei took action. He turned into an arc of lightning and blocked the attack. He dispersed the violent energy and prevented the desolate countries group from being affected. Old Huang took action as well, blocking the terrifying shockwaves for the school of legalism. In the air, where the violent rune energy had exploded the most, a figure covered in purplish gold lightning stepped through the air and slowly appeared before everyone's shocked gazes. However, while the figure was covered in purplish gold lightning, the most dazzling thing about it was the huge pair of golden wings on its back. It was a pair of golden pring wings. They shone with golden light and spread out to hundreds of feet. The golden light flowed, and the aura of a true ping beast was present. The figure from before had probably relied on the golden pring wings to directly tear apart the terrifying hand of light. The golden wings shrank, and in the end they became 3 feet long. However, their power did not decrease at all. It made Du Xiaofu seem like a ferocious ping in human form. The golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back now had 36 true rock feathers, and their might had increased significantly. This was the true supreme beast of the golden-winged rock race, incomparably sharp and tyrannical. Today, I'll show you what natural talent is. Your legalism is invincible among the younger generation. You old man don't have the qualifications to flaunt your seniority. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with purplish-golden lightning, his silhouette appeared and the great Peng's golden wings flapped, increasing his speed even further. Qi! Without any hesitation, he appeared in the air above Li Chunfa as if he had teleported. His hands were filled with purple flames, transforming into a violet flame demonic phoenix that flapped its wings and swept through the air. A stalk of nether insight grass swept through the air, capable of slaying evil and suppressing devils. A stalk of undying grass appeared in the air, capable of devouring vitality. There were even constellations descending, causing the sky to darken. In just a blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu had activated the purple flame demonic phoenix's beast energy, the grass of immortality, the dark seeker grass, and the stars Upanishad's beast energy. All of them had turned into a terrifying and sharp attack, attacking Li Chunfa from all directions. At this moment, Du Xiaofu fully activated his half-step nirvana reincarnation cultivation base. He held nothing back. Although Du Xiaofu's aura was still at the half-step rebirth realm after obtaining the 36 feathers of the true Peng, his aura had increased tremendously. This little bastard is so strong. Sensing the attack that Du Xiaofu had triggered at this moment, not to mention the shock and horror in the surroundings, even Li Chunfa's eyes turned slightly cold. The qi in his body was vast and mighty. Li Chunfa did not dare to be careless. All kinds of legalism techniques, accompanied by an ancient aura, surged out and clashed with Du Xiaofu's various techniques. Rumble, in such a confrontation, the air around their feet cracked, revealing pitch-black cracks. Countless cracks also appeared on the ground of the plain. The Tao of legalism is boundless, the Tao is merciless, and the Tao is infuriated. Li Chunfa was an extraordinary expert at the peak of the Overlord realm in the end. Such an existence was rare in the current world, and he was ranked at the top of the current world. So, he resisted Du Xiaofu's attacks with an icy cold expression. In an instant, his qi surged out like a tidal wave and formed seals with his hands. In the end, it transformed into a dazzling spear. The spear was dazzling and resplendent while talisman markings flickered. Countless fiend gods roared and surged towards Du Xiaofu. Woo! Woo! This spear carried the roars of fiend gods. In the end, countless enormous figures floated into appearance in midair. They were like fiend gods, and their eyes emanated divine light that shook space and seemed like they were about to overturn the world. Such power made one's heart tremble. Looking at it from afar, it made people tremble with fear and their hair stand on end. This is Li Chunfa's true strength. As expected of the ancestor of legalism, many of the desolate country's experts sighed inwardly. Li Chunfa was indeed powerful and definitely not ordinary. As an expert at the level of the ancestor of legalism, his cultivation was exceedingly high. Even they couldn't help but feel nervous for Du Xiaofu. Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and Qingu Yu's expressions changed. Qin Tianchu's body had been blasted apart by a single bomb. Qin Tianchu was definitely not inferior to Li Chunfa. Now that they had witnessed Li Chunfa's terrifying strength, they finally understood how depressed Qin Tianchu had been at that time. His body had been blasted apart before he could even make a move. To end up like this after thousands of years of cultivation, even if Qin Tianchu had left his primordial spirit behind to escape, his primordial spirit would have suffered from internal injuries. Facing such a terrifying attack, Du Xiaofu's eyes turned serious. Between his eyebrows, silver-gold electric arcs rippled. That was the vast power of his primordial spirit sweeping out. He activated the way of the domineering fist, and the way of the sword that he had comprehended from several ancient stone tablets. In an instant, he saw through the essence of the terrifying attack. Then, his lips curled into a smile. He opened his mouth slightly, and a purple-gold electric light flashed wildly on his azure spirit armor. Just as everyone was feeling nervous for Du Xiaofu let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and an elephant's trumpeting. Instantly, it exploded in midair. Ao Du Xiaofu's roar was so domineering that it sounded like heavenly thunder. Arcs of lightning swept out, causing the world to tremble. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the fiend-godlike phantoms in the surroundings were destroyed one after another. Stomp stomp, however, at the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure was also pushed back. The violent force swept over the green spirit armor, causing the light on the green spirit armor to dim slightly. Surprise flashed through Li Qinfa's eyes when he realized that Du Xiaofu had blocked such a powerful attack. He was at the peak of the Lord Domain realm, while Du Xiaofu was only at the half-step Nirvana stage, which was equivalent to the half-step Domain realm. Even a Grand Nirvana stage expert would be equivalent to the Domain realm. There was still a huge gap between the half-step Nirvana stage and the peak of the Lord Domain realm. However, how could Li Qinfa not be surprised when Qin Tianshi was unable to defeat him? The way of law is boundless, the way of law is merciless, the way of law is enraged. In an instant, Li Qinfa's hand seals changed again. Runes shot into the dazzling spear that had just condensed. In an instant, the dazzling rune spear began to spin, leaving afterimages in the air. In the end, it turned into a huge spear dragon. Ao, countless dragon roars shook the sky. The image of the spear dragon stretched across space like a real dragon. It was furious and shook the world as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Screech! At this moment, a huge purple-gold thunder rock shadow appeared in the void around Du Xiaofu. Its mighty and domineering aura swept out, and its entire body was covered with dense purple-gold electric arcs. The pair of illusory claws under its abdomen exploded with purple-gold electric arcs, and the electric arcs wreaked havoc in the sky. It was like a purple-gold sun in the sky. The violet-gold thunder rock soared into the sky. It contained the profundity of lightning and the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock clan. These two profundities were two of the three profundities that Du Xiaofu had comprehended the most. When they were merged together, they were even more domineering and destructive. The battle between the spear dragon and the thunder rock seemed like it would shatter the void. It made countless people tremble in fear. Even Old Lei and Old Huang were moved by such a battle. However, at this moment, their gazes were more focused on Du Xiaofu. Du Tingxian had been clenching his fists. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were sharp. He was like a spear that stood in the void. Deng deng, the space was already in chaos. Most of the experts present couldn't see clearly what was going on. The spear dragon disappeared, and so did the thunder rock. The overflowing lightning dissipated. Du Xiaofu's figure was once again pushed back in the void. Faint traces of golden blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Stabilizing his body, Du Xiaofu licked the corner of his mouth. Some of the blood was sucked into his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. Li Qinfa's face had also started to turn pale. However, when he appeared, he was already at Du Xiaofu's chest. His posture was like an eagle pouncing on its prey, sharp and cold. The sneer at the corner of his mouth made his aged face look even more ferocious. That dazzling spear also landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. However, Du Xiaofu did not dodge. He did not retreat at all. He allowed the spear to pierce through space and land on his chest with spatial ripples that seemed like fragments of space. Chapter 1798. Clang, 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 clang. The tip of the spear exploded with a bright light, and a terrifying energy surged on Du Xiaofu's chest. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, in that inconceivable moment, Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings wrapped in front of him, protecting his chest. With the wings crossed in front of his chest, the rock golden wings exploded with golden light. The immortal Xian body, the great success divine body, and the rock golden wings with the feathers of the true rock. With such a defense, Du Xiaofu directly blocked Li Qinfa's spear. Whoosh, 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 however, Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying by the huge impact of the rune spear, shattering the space. He was fiercely pushed back by the spear, flying in the void. What a terrifying defense! Unbelievable! Many people present had seen Du Xiaofu's terrifying defense in the Divine Dominion, but they were still shocked at this moment. Even old Lei and old Huang's eyes became more and more turbulent. "Little bastard, how long can you block?" Li Chunfa sneered, his face ferocious. Du Xiaofu destroyed his foundation and future, and also destroyed the foundation of legalism. How could he not be angry and resentful? "You're still a little short. You can't hurt me," Du Xiaofu sneered. As his figure was pushed back, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes were shining with a bright purple-gold light, and his black hair was scattered with electric arcs. He was like a real demon king. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Du Xiaofu shook his arm, and a green light burst out from his palm. The illusory saber formation swept out, and hundreds of saber lights rushed into the sky, filling the void. There was a total of 8,888 saber light. Together with the 8 trigrams, with the 9 palaces and 6 directions as the foundation, the pitch-black saber lights were filled with a heart-palpitating light and instantly enveloped Li Chunfa. Du Xiaofu did not dodge. He had his own plans. Otherwise, with Du Xiaofu's current speed, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to dodge Li Chunfa's spear. Back when he fought Li Chunfa's essence soul avatar, Du Xiaofu had only activated about 6,000 to 7,000 saber arrays. During this period of time, as Du Xiaofu continued to improve, his control of the illusionary saber formation also became stronger. Swish, swish, blade after blade cut through the void and connected with each other, crushing the void. Wind and thunder clanged. What a strange attack! Is it an artifact or a formation? There was no lack of people with extraordinary eyesight. At this moment, they were unable to recognize the origin of this saber formation and exclaimed inwardly. Swish, 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 swish. The saber formation enveloped Li Chunfa, and it instantly moved like a bolt of lightning. Li Chunfa's face sank, and he had no choice but to release Du Xiaofu. A strand of dazzling light surged out to resist the saber lights. The spear lights erupted and actually resisted the saber formation. However, Li Chunfa seemed to have suddenly become slightly flustered. If it was anyone else, they might have won cheers. After all, Du Xiaofu's attack had been too swift, and it was clearly cunning and vicious. An ordinary person would have probably fallen for it. Besides that, Du Xiaofu's name as the Demon King had shaken the world a long time ago, and he had far surpassed his peers. However, Li Chunfa just happened to be an old monster who had cultivated for a few thousand years. Moreover, he was the ancestor of legalism, and he was even at the peak of the overlord realm. So, he seemed to be in a sorry state. He was unable to do anything to Du Xiaofu, and he was even forced to become flustered. Bastard! The Tao of legalism is boundless and merciless. Li Chunfa was finally unable to endure being in such a fluster. He roared loudly as countless rays of light erupted from the dazzling spear in his hand. It carried a terrifying aura as it shattered space and blasted the illusory saber formation away. Bang! At the same time, a strand of dazzling light charged out from behind Li Chunfa. It seemed to carry a dense mist, and it illuminated space like a miracle. It revealed a vast, dignified, and solemn aura. A terrifying aura resonated with the heavens and the earth. In a short instant, the light behind Li Chunfa surged into the sky while accompanied by phenomena. There were ferocious birds soaring into the sky, enormous beasts soaring through the sky, and stars arranged themselves. His aura erupted like a volcano, and it shook the sky. Rumble! At this moment, space was surging while the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and it caused others to be unable to stand steadily and almost go limp. A dazzling spear floated in space. At this moment, the talisman markings on it were dazzling and suffused with light. It was like countless dense and boundless rays of light were hanging in space. They descended from the 9 heavens, drowned out space, and converged into heavenly punishment. Wrath of the heavenly laws, heavenly punishment! Li Chunfa roared loudly. The 3 laws of heaven, earth, and man were using their full strength to activate the strongest wrath of the heavenly laws. Boundless rays of light erupted from Li Chunfa, and they swept towards Du Xiaofu like a surging wave. Swish, 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 swish. Boundless rays of light filled space and drowned out the sky. It was impossible to see anything except for the dazzling rays of light that were like bolts of lightning. Bang, 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 bang. The surrounding space and the ground below instantly started to crack and shatter. A vast and irresistible punishment aura swept out, and it caused others to feel a sense of guilt and desire to be punished. Under such power, the spectating experts also sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their hair stand on end. The pressure is too strong. The weaker experts trembled in fear and were on the verge of collapsing to the ground. With such strength, there were probably not many peak experts at the Overlord realm who could resist it head-on. Rumble, the heavenly punishment descended. Countless rays of light flashed, causing space to blur, the world to tremble, space to distort, and the sky to be on the verge of splitting apart. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stood in the air with an icy cold gaze. Arcs of violet gold lightning flowed in all directions, and the ancient talismans around him immediately rippled when the rays of light descended from above. It was also at this moment that an 8-trigram diagram appeared in the air around Du Xiaofu. Boom! Boom! In an instant, space trembled. The 8-trigram diagrams connected in all directions, and they were like dazzling halos that swept into the distance. A boundless might instantly descended upon the square. Thump! Thump! As soon as the 8-trigram diagram appeared, the rays of light that covered the sky were abruptly pushed aside. Roar! In an instant, a myriad of beasts howled, lightning flashed, mountains moved, wind and rain alternated, mountains and rivers appeared, the sun, moon, and stars changed, and the violet flame demon phoenix, grass of immortality, and nether insight grass appeared as well. Li Chunfa's expression instantly changed when the 8-trigram diagram appeared. His countless rays of light were blocked outside the strange diagram, and then they were dispersed by the ancient talismans. They were utterly unable to enter the strange diagram, and it was even spreading towards him. Elder Lei, Elder Huang, and many others were shocked as well. All of them had seen Du Xiaofu utilize this strange force in the god domain, but they were able to sense an aura that made all living beings tremble from within the strange diagram when they personally experienced it now. The aura was boundlessly vast, and it had suddenly descended into the depths of the souls of all living beings in the world. Such a vast aura was something that had never been seen before in the world. He was covered in azure spirit armor while the rock wings on his back flapped, and golden light erupted. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stepped on top of the 8-trigram diagram. Rays of light overflowed into the sky, and purple-gold lightning wrapped around him. It was like a miracle, how domineering and shocking! Li Chunfa's primordial spirit avatar had come into contact with Du Xiaofu's 8-trigram diagram, and his eyes were twitching at this moment. Li Chunfa originally thought that as long as they were in the outside world, he would be able to kill this kid in front of him on the spot. However, after exchanging blows, Li Chunfa became more and more alarmed. Du Xiaofu's cultivation was at the half-step nirvana realm, but this kid's strength was too terrifying. No wonder Han Ningma and Qin Wudi died in this kid's hands. However, Li Chunfa was definitely not weak. At this moment, even Du Xiaofu's 8-trigram diagram could not spread to his side. This was enough to prove his strength. In an instant, the talisman runes around Li Chunfa's body also erupted, turning into a world in an instant. Rumble, in the next moment, as the world trembled, the universe began to revolve around Li Chunfa. Mountains and rivers moved, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. That terrifying power shook the universe. The heavenly Tao is far, but the human Tao is far. Break. Li Chunfa stood in the void, looking incomparably majestic. He gathered the momentum like a supreme being looking down on the world. When the last word fell, he waved his hand, and that world immediately collapsed and pressed towards Du Xiaofu's 8-trigram diagram. Li Chunfa used all his strength. This was the Tao of legalism, combining the power of spells. The momentum was formed naturally, and the Tao of legalism was boundless. The ancestor is using all his strength. At this moment, almost all the experts of legalism could not calm down. These experts knew that Li Chunfa had suffered a huge injury from a primordial spirit avatar in the space of the divine dominion, which had affected some of his strength. However, at this moment, Li Chunfa still needed to use all his strength to deal with Du Xiaofu. This was enough to prove how powerful Du Xiaofu was. At this rate of growth, it would not be long before that kid would not just stay at the door, but directly kill his way into legalism. The ancestor is using all his strength. That demon king is dead for sure. The ancestor's cultivation is sky-high, and he has cultivated for thousands of years. No matter how strong Du Xiaofu is, he can't resist at this moment. The ancestor's fusion of the power of spells is too vast. It's not something we can deal with. The disciples of legalism trembled. Li Chunfa had used all his strength, and that terrifying power was in the sky. How could Du Xiaofu resist that demon king? How could a kid who had cultivated for less than 30 years compare to the ancestor who had cultivated for thousands of years? The power of legalism's spells and Du Xiaofu's 8-trigram diagram collided fiercely. Chapter 1799. How could a kid who had cultivated for less than 30 years compare to a grand ancestor who had cultivated for thousands of years? Legalism's Dharma power and Du Xiaofu's 8-trigrams void diagram collided fiercely. However, this collision did not cause any explosion under everyone's trembling eyes. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that the attacks of the two were like two parallel worlds overlapping and slowly merging. Finally, the attacks of the two overlapped like two parallel worlds. Li Chunfa and Du Xiaofu stood apart from each other, with only a distance of 100 feet between them. However, at this moment, in the void around them, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The shadows of thousands of beasts jumped and roared. Stars rotated. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Kaka, however, at this moment, the surrounding void was densely packed with space cracks like a spider web. The pitch-black light made people's hearts palpitate. The space was constantly wriggling and twisting, as if the entire void would explode at any time. Cuckoo! That terrifying power made everyone speechless. That kind of terrifying pressure distorted the heaven and earth, and the pressure was unparalleled. At this moment, except for a few people present, everyone felt that their bodies were unable to move. They were frozen in place, and it was difficult for them to even speak. The two terrifying attacks overlapped, and there was an intense invisible force that crushed the entire space. They were the first to bear the brunt, and they could not resist. The pressure was too terrifying. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They knew very well that once the two terrifying attacks exploded, the void and the earth would undoubtedly collapse. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as strange phenomena appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, the two figures in the sky were exceptionally dazzling, causing people to feel intimidated when they looked at them. They were like two gods, and their auras could crush everything. Who would dare to fight against them? Little bastard, you are very strong, but this is the end of it. Young people call themselves kings, but you are still too immature. This is a premature death, Li Chunfa said with indifference and majesty. His aura was natural, and his words at this moment, coupled with his indifferent tone, spread out in the void. It was like the waves of the ocean, and it made people tremble and tremble. Old dog, you are old but not dead. You deserve to die. This is the punishment of the heavens. Du Xiaofu spoke. His voice was like heavenly thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Die. Li Chunfa didn't say anything else. He didn't want to waste any more time. The original resplendent energy rune spear shot out from his body. It seemed as if it had pierced out from another world as it shot towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a small 8 trigrams pattern appeared in his palm and slammed towards the runic spear. The 8 trigrams pattern in his palm collided with the tip of the spear, and in an instant, the runic runes of the 8 trigrams erupted, filling the air and shaking the entire area. Chi la la! In just an instant, the palm and the spear collided, but the surrounding void was instantly shattered. A large number of broken runes swept out in all directions, and the distant space exploded above everyone's heads. They have gathered all of their strength into one spear and one palm. This is an all-out battle. They have all used their full strength. Elder Lei stared at the sky with lightning flashing in his eyes. Elder Huang raised his eyebrows and murmured, "Is it over? Why can't I see through it? Why can't I deduce the result?" Ka. At this moment, cracks spread out in the void around Du Xiaofu and Li Chunfa, with their feet as the center. Rumble! Rumble! In the end, the void shattered. It was as if the sky was collapsing. The pitch-black cracks spread out, accompanied by the flickering of runes. Rumble, terrifying energy swept out, and cracks spread across the plains. Boulders exploded, and the ground trembled. The entire world rumbled, and the earth shook and collapsed. This terrifying scene made all of the creatures here shiver inwardly, their fine hairs standing on end. Rumble! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if a series of thunderclaps were exploding. The void was resplendent and blazing, and the destructive power was natural as it spread out from the sky. Wherever such a terrifying attack passed, the void turned into nothingness, and cracks appeared in the space. Such a scene made people tremble in fear and their hair stand on end. That terrifying pressure and energy caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Heaven and earth trembled, and the void collapsed. A large patch of pitch-black vacuum was revealed, but it quickly recovered. In an instant, everything disappeared, and Du Xiaofu appeared. His eyes were glowing with golden light and his face was pale. Blood was dripping from his palm, and there was a bloody hole. Even the blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's palm was penetrated, and pale golden blood was flowing out. The corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth was also bleeding. The blood landed on the feather scales of the azure spirit armor on his chest, making the azure spirit armor even more dazzling. Humph! Li Chunfa appeared, and his face was also very pale. A muffled groan came from his throat, and a sweet taste welled up in his mouth, but he forced himself to hold it back. Du Xiaofu has lost. I knew Du Xiaofu would not be a match for him. No matter what, he would not be a match for the patriarch. The legalist disciple was overjoyed. His gloominess seemed to have been swept away, and he felt like he had been exhaled. Li Chunfa is at the peak of the master domain realm, and he has cultivated for thousands of years. He cannot be underestimated. In the desolate country's lineup, Yi Wuming, Zhen Qinchun, and the others were also moved. Li Chunfa was indeed powerful. My father has not lost yet. At the very least, my father still has the purple lightning profound cauldron. That old man did not gain any advantage. Little Star was very calm, and there was a sense of dominance. It's not over yet. Du Xiaoyao's eyes glowed, and she was also very calm. In the void, Li Chunfa stared at Du Xiaofu. He had used all his strength, but he had only managed to hit Du Xiaofu. This made him feel unbearably shocked. Little bastard, you have lost. Li Chunfa spoke, and his eyes were filled with coldness. You did not gain much advantage, did you? Is this all you've got at the peak of the master domain realm? Du Xiaofu licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Purple arcs of lightning crackled in his palm, and the bloody hole and shattered azure spirit armor healed at the same time. He looked directly at Li Chunfa, still domineering. I forgot that you still have the divine lightning cauldron. Did you want to rely on the divine lightning cauldron? Li Chunfa spoke indifferently. There was a slight fluctuation in the depths of his eyes, and there seemed to be some kind of joy. You'll know once you try. Du Xiaofu smiled coldly. Li Chunfa's gaze silently swept across the surroundings, and it swept past Elder Lei. He did not want to waste any more time, and he did not want any unforeseen changes. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, an extraordinary tremor appeared in the void. Mysterious runes seeped out, and the world had already fallen into darkness at some unknown time. The darkness was so deep that it made one feel like they were about to be devoured, and it made one's origin spirit tremble. At this moment, a figure shone like the sun in the middle of the void. Quick, look! Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over and saw that the light was coming from Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was in the sky, and there was an invisible aura around him that resonated with the void. The light that filled the air was like a purple-gold sun, dazzling and gorgeous, like a god that shocked the world. Give up, abandon, and fight to live. Clear everything and walk on a path that belongs to him. He is going to use his true strength. Boom! At this moment, Mo Tianxiao's eyes were filled with green light and ripples. He knew that he was finally going to use his full strength. Alright, then let's end it. When he finished speaking, Li Chunfa's face darkened. A chilling killing intent swept through the air, and his killing intent climbed to the peak. At this moment, Li Chunfa's body was also shining brightly. Runes spread out in the sky, and it was as if a world had appeared behind him, shaking the surrounding void and causing it to tremble violently. Li Chunfa did not expect that the brat still had a last resort. He felt that the aura was not to be underestimated. He had to end this quickly. Cosmic form. Roar! With a thunderous shout, Li Chunfa activated his attack, causing the void to distort and turn into an ancient light seal that appeared in the void. It descended from the 9 heavens with a terrifying power and directly slammed onto Du Xiaofu. This was the ultimate move of legalism. Everyone's cosmic form was different, but when Li Chunfa used it, the terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to change. The surrounding space cracked open, and the energy caused the heaven and earth to tremble violently. Then, the sky collapsed and the void exploded, revealing a terrifying power. The surrounding people watched, and their hearts trembled. Even their origin spirits were trembling. This was a power that could destroy the heaven and earth. It was crushing down, and it was unstoppable. Li Chunfa, that old bastard, is going for the kill. Many people in the desolate countries line up cursed, but under that terrifying power, they could not help but circulate their qi to resist, and they even trembled. Chapter 1800. As the cosmic form collapsed, the dazzling light behind Du Xiaofu turned into a halo in the sky. When the divine halo appeared in the sky, the purple-gold thunder rock, the 8 trigrams diagram, the star's ultimacy, the grass of immortality, the purple flame demonic phoenix's beast energy, the dark penetrating grass, countless beast energies, and the lightning ultimacy all fused together and turned into a strange phenomenon in the sky. A vast heavenly might permeated the air. Boom, however, this heavenly might was not as powerful as the nirvana of a minor sovereign, grand sovereign, or complete nirvana of a grand sovereign. This kind of heavenly might was not loud, but it invisibly made the living beings present hesitate. When they faced Du Xiaofu again, it was as if they were facing a god, and they had a feeling of wanting to bow down and worship him. Du Xiaofu, who was in the sky, was now enveloped by the divine light of the divine halos. This was the fusion of 9 divine flame-like divine halos into a single divine halo, causing the sky to be filled with divine clouds and a kind of sacred radiance. At this moment, all the living beings could feel the terrifying divine might emanating from Du Xiaofu's body. It was as if a new world had been opened. Du Xiaofu is a nirvana of a grand sovereign. How did his 9 divine halos turn into one? What kind of nirvana is this? All the disciples of the legalism school, and even the experts of the desolate country, as well as the living beings who were watching the battle from afar, were all shocked when they saw Du Xiaofu, who was like a god, in the strange phenomenon in the sky. They had never seen such a strange phenomenon before. The symbol of the 9 divine halos had turned into one. It was an exceptionally dazzling one, and it carried a divine might that no one could ignore. Bang, bang, bang. Some of the living beings with lower cultivation levels directly went weak in the knees and prostrated themselves before the divine might. They could not resist such a terrifying pressure at all. Even if it was a cultivator at the region realm, their legs felt weak at this moment, and their bodies were on the verge of going limp. They utilized all sorts of abilities and treasures before they were barely able to resist it. This is a new kind of nirvana. It should be a nirvana that belongs to him. Elder Lei opened his mouth and clenched his fists tightly. Lightning flickered in his eyes, shining brightly. The lightning arcs were resplendent, and they seemed to have begun to tremble. This is the Rock Emperor's true strength. Let's shock these poor people. The Thunderhawk King sneered. He had personally witnessed such a rebirth. That was because the purple-robed young man had been in the light screen for more than 10 years. He had fought again and again, challenged his limits, broke his own limits, and finally defeated himself. He had to fight to survive and be reborn from nirvana. Only then could he achieve such nirvana. The Rock Emperor said that this is boundless nirvana. King Mia Meng's eyes glowed with divine light. She had witnessed with her own eyes that he had challenged his limits time and time again, killing until the sky turned dark. Ordinary people would not be able to endure it, and their souls would be indescribably tormented. However, the purple-robed youth had succeeded. He had given up on the great circle of the supreme nirvana. With his ferocity and great perseverance, he had achieved the immeasurable nirvana. Walala, everything took a long time to describe, but the speed was as fast as lightning. Divine rings were exceptionally resplendent and radiant, bursting with brilliance like the sun rising from the east. It had also unknowingly blocked the attacks of Li Chunfa's cosmic form, causing it to slow down in the void. Within the divine rings, Du Xiaofu blended with it in the air. He was sacred and inviolable. The surging aura around him was like a waterfall. From afar, it was extremely dazzling, giving people the feeling that the heavens and earth had just been born. Above the purple-gold thunder rock, the starry river fluctuated, and the 8 trigrams appeared in the sky. It was as if a new world was being born. 9 by 9 returned to 1. 1 is the Tao, the ignorance, the chaos, and also the immeasurable. Break for me. When those words were spoken, Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands. Wind and thunder rumbled in the void around him. The vast plains rumbled, and the void rippled. Even the legalists in the void tunnel were shaking and the tides were rising. Boom! In the next second, an immeasurable amount of nirvana power swept across the area, as if a new world had been opened up. It emitted an aura that could not be challenged, causing countless strange phenomena to descend from the void, sweeping in all directions and directly crushing Li Chunfa's cosmic form. Rumble, such a collision erupted in an instant, and bright runes appeared in the surroundings. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the aura covered the heavens and earth. Bang, 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 even the void was exploding. The muffled sound of the explosion caused people's hearts to tremble and their souls to palpitate. Walala, light shone brightly in the void, twisting the void and locking time. Large cracks in the void hung in the sky. The space was in chaos, and almost no one could see clearly. The blinding light made it impossible for living beings to look directly at it. Creak, but in the terrifying energy, someone saw Li Chunfa's cosmic form being shattered, destroyed by the purple-gold thunder rock and countless silver-gold lightning bolts. Poof, amidst the flashes of lightning and the roars of beasts, a series of strange phenomena slammed heavily into the space around Li Qinfa, causing him to spit out blood. His old figure was sent flying while coughing up blood. Go to hell! How could Du Xiaofu let go of this opportunity to take his life while he was down? The moment Li Qinfa's body was sent flying, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The golden pring wings on his back emitted a blinding golden light. Amidst the flowing runes, an overwhelming pressure erupted. In an instant, 36 dazzling feathers wrapped in golden light emerged from the great Peng's unfurled golden wings. These were 36 true rock feathers. They were definitely superior to the true dragon horn and true dragon claw of the dragon clan. Swish, 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 36 feathers wrapped in golden light flew out and transformed into 36 lightning spears. Resplendent light like lightning interweaved with each other, and a large illusory image of the golden-winged rock appeared. They instantly shot towards Li Qinfa. At the same time, 2 bright objects flew out from Du Xiaofu's body, emitting a dazzling light. The roar of a dragon resounded, and a supreme dragon aura spread out. These were 2 dragon horns. They were like deer antlers, strong and boundless, bright and dazzling, and dragon aura surged. These were the 2 horns of the true dragon that Du Xiaofu had obtained in the space of the divine dominion, and he had already taken them for himself. After such a long time, with the help of the imperial palace's dragon aura, Du Xiaofu had already suppressed and refined the true dragon's horns. As the human emperor, he had the imperial palace's dragon aura, so he could activate them. Roar, the 2 true dragon horns were activated, but they didn't transform into 2 huge dragons. Instead, they fused together to form a huge golden dragon phantom. Dragons might spread out, and its aura crushed the heaven and earth. Its aura was so terrifying that it could cover the heavens and earth. What a strong dragon aura! Roar, such a terrifying dragon aura shocked all the creatures present. Even the beast souls of the beasts trembled, and some demonic beasts roared and prostrated themselves. Roar! The dragon's roar filled the sky, and the huge phantom of the golden dragon instantly surged up, with a huge pressure quietly spreading out. Along with the 36 feathers of the true rock, it also pounced on Li Qinfa. Bang, 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 wherever the phantom of the golden dragon passed, it seemed to cause the heaven and earth in this space to tremble. Accompanied by a mysterious force, it caused the space to collapse inch by inch, and the pitch-black space to be torn apart. The 36 feathers of the true rock and a pair of true dragon's horns. Du Xiaofu chose to use them at this moment, because he wanted to completely kill Li Qinfa. 36 terrifying auras swept over, and the phantom of a golden dragon descended from the sky. Li Qinfa, who was flying backward and vomiting blood, was shocked, and his eyes changed color. Gee, roar, it was too fast. Du Xiaofu was going for the kill. The 36 feathers of the true rock and the phantom of the golden dragon drowned Li Qinfa with a domineering and destructive force. You've brought great trouble to the school of legalism. Juniors like you should be contributing to the school of legalism. In front of the legalism formation, Old Man Huang spoke very loudly. His eyes were filled with mixed emotions. After watching for a long time, he was more and more shocked. Such a tall man in a purple robe, even in ancient times, would be among the supreme talents of ancient times, looking down on everyone. Yet now, such a junior was absolutely irreconcilable with the school of legalism, causing the school of legalism to suffer heavy losses one after another. This is too dangerous. As if in response to old Huang's words, a cold glint flashed across the old honorable master's eyes. The frightening power that Du Xiaofu unleashed at the end came from Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu was actually able to suppress the old honorable master even though they were separated by space. In fact, Du Xiaofu was even able to injure old ancestor Li Qinfa. In an instant, space began to explode where the 36 feathers of the true rock and the phantom of the golden dragon drowned out. Accompanied by the roar of the rock and the roar of the dragon, the sound waves rippled out violently and stirred up the dark clouds. Bang, 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 the sky exploded. The sound wasn't loud, but it overturned space, and the entire region was drowned out by runes. A terrifyingly domineering and destructive power filled the air. That terrifying energy was like a huge wave in the ocean that soared into the sky. Then, it poured down in an overwhelming manner, as if covering the entire world. Elder Lei and Elder Huang didn't move, but their expressions changed. Perhaps they never thought that such a terrifying attack would come from Du Xiaofu. Let alone an ordinary domain realm expert, even an ordinary overlord realm expert wouldn't be able to resist it. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu was only at the quasi-rebirth realm of rebirth, so he would be at the peak of the overlord realm, just like Li Chenfa. In other words, he was at the peak of the overlord realm, the eternal rebirth realm. So, even an ancestor of the legalism school like Li Chenfa would probably be instantly annihilated by him. Oh my God, that's too terrifying! This kind of power made people dumbstruck and their minds tremble. Can Li Chenfa still resist? Will he really be killed by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? A dense crowd of spectators had gathered in the distance. At this moment, all of them were dumbfounded as they stared into the distance. Everyone was waiting for the result. Would Li Chenfa be able to withstand it? Chapter 1801. The Ancestor Will Not Be Defeated. In the legalism camp, many elders and young disciples clenched their fists. They firmly believed that their ancestor would not be defeated by Du Xiaofu. That was their ancestor. How could he be defeated by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, so easily? However, at this moment, the old lord of the legalism camp, the current lord of the supremacy camp, and a few elders and protectors with extraordinary status all looked more solemn than the last. With their eyesight, they naturally knew that Du Xiaofu had used his own strength just now, and it was already so powerful. This made their hearts tremble even more intensely. This was especially true for the old lord. He originally wanted to kill Du Xiaofu, but after seeing Du Xiaofu's terrifying strength, he could not help but feel extremely conflicted. Especially under Du Xiaofu's divine might at the end, he had already felt a deep sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. If he had been the one facing such an attack just now, he might have been able to rely on some means to survive, but the prerequisite was that he would have had to pay an absolutely heavy price. Countless eyes were looking at the void. In the void that was flooded with runes, ripples of energy were rippling. Crack, crack, suddenly, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, a small fluctuation began to spread out. The sound was not loud, but most of the people present were powerhouses. They immediately felt it and looked towards the source of the sound. Swish, swish, under the gazes of everyone, a bright light appeared in the void, revealing a banner that was several feet in size, emitting a dazzling light. When the powerhouses in the legalism camp saw the banner, they all clenched their fists in a daze. Their pupils constricted, and they looked at each other in dismay. Then, they fixed their eyes on the banner, and their bodies trembled secretly. When the banner appeared, it bloomed with light, and the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars rotated on it. The energy of heaven and earth fluctuated, and the invisible aura caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Buzz, buzz, at this moment, all the weapons in the people's bodies began to tremble for no reason, as if they were about to rush out and worship the banner. The power of such a banner was too terrifying. And when they saw the banner, Elder Lei and Du Dingxuan's expressions changed. However, at this moment, the old sovereign of legalism and the sovereign of the current era smiled when they recognized the flag. The patriarch has brought the Law Saint flag with him. That brat is dead for sure. Many legalism experts clenched their fists in excitement, as if they had been injected with a cardiac stimulant. That banner is extraordinary. It has traces of a formation, but it's not a formation. That thing seems to be very powerful. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Mo Tianxiao, and the others were also slightly stunned at this moment. They all felt that the banner's aura was extraordinary. Walala, the banner wrapped around Li Chunfa. As the banner fluttered, the stars spun, energy rippled, and light erupted, resisting the 36 true rock feathers and true dragon horns. Hee, little bastard, you have the true dragon horns of the dragons and the true rock feathers of the golden-winged rock race, but it's still not enough. Li Chunfa's cold voice rang out. The banner unfurled, and light shone brightly. His figure rapidly rose into the air, revealing a cold smile. At this moment, Li Chunfa's heart was filled with resentment and anger. He actually couldn't resist just now. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have paid a heavy price just now. I hate it. Deep in his heart, Li Chunfa was incomparably resentful. If not for the fact that his primordial spirit had been destroyed in the space of the divine domain and he had suffered such a heavy injury, he would have been able to withstand it. Although it seemed like he had almost recovered, only he knew that compared to before, his strength had been greatly affected. Humph! Li Chunfa snorted coldly and waved the resplendent banner in his hand. It expanded in the wind, and light erupted, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying phenomenon. It immediately swept towards the 36 true rock feathers and the pile of true dragon horns. Now Li Chunfa wanted to take the true rock feathers and true dragon horns for himself. Whoosh! This banner was too terrifying. In an instant it was like a curtain of light that covered the void, as if the Milky Way had descended from the 9 heavens. The resplendent light poured down, crushing the 36 true rock feathers and the pile of true dragon horns. With a crushing momentum, it wanted to imprison them within. Not good. Du Xiaofu also stared at the banner, and he knew that things were not good. The true rock feathers and true dragon horns were being imprisoned, affecting the connection between their primordial spirits. Du Xiaofu definitely couldn't let anything happen to treasures like the true rock feathers and true dragon horns. However, the power of the strange banner carried traces of a great formation, and it also carried a terrifying ancient aura. It was as if it was dyed with the aura of an ancient fiend god. It was incomparably vast and difficult to resist. Use the treasure. The foundation of our legalism is not something that a desolate country can compare to. The experts of legalism trembled. They knew best what the banner of the law saint represented. It was a taboo sacred item of legalism, and it was impossible to bring it out of the legalism. It was a precious treasure of the clan. However, under the premise that the experts of the Saint Realm could not make a move, in order to deal with Du Xiaofu, Patriarch Li Chunfa used such a sacred item. This was the foundation of legalism, and it was enough to kill Du Xiaofu. The strength of our legalism is not something that ordinary people can understand. The disciples of legalism trembled and began to get excited again. Legalism still has such a treasure. The disciples of the desolate country began to feel nervous for Du Xiaofu. The power of such a banner was too terrifying. Collect! Li Chunfa's cold shout resounded through the void. The banner waved, and it was as if a boundless cloud of light was surging. It imprisoned the 36 true rock feathers and the pair of true dragon horns, and was about to sweep them away. You can't take them away, right? Du Xiaofu looked directly at Li Chunfa, and his eyes were like a sea of thunder. When his voice fell, the entire void suddenly spread out a strange aura. In the palm of his right hand, a purple arc of lightning suddenly rotated. Boom! Boom! As the purple arc of lightning appeared, the space began to tremble violently. In an instant, an extremely dangerous feeling accompanied by a huge aura that made one's heart palpitate suddenly swept out. This is, all the living beings present suddenly felt an absolute sense of palpitation. Boom! In a short moment, as the void trembled, the purple arc of lightning in Du Xiaofu's palm turned into a huge 3-legged cauldron that was dozens of feet in size and covered with mysterious lightning runes. This was the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron. At this time, Du Xiaofu could only use his full strength and use the purple thunder profound cauldron. Divine Thunder Cauldron. Demon King Du Xiaofu is going to use the Divine Thunder Cauldron. When the three-legged cauldron appeared, the eyes of many experts of legalism suddenly changed, and all of them were suddenly filled with shock. This kid really brought the Divine Thunder Cauldron. The old lord, the current lord, and the others were secretly trembling at this moment. Not only was the Divine Thunder Cauldron terrifying, but it was also left behind by that expert. For the 9 great families, it had a different meaning. When the 9 cauldrons were gathered, they could command the 9 great families. If Du Xiaofu gathered the 9 cauldrons, then legalism would not know where to go. Buzz, countless people's eyes changed. In the void, Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. The purple thunder profound cauldron rotated, and the surrounding purple thunder clouds surged endlessly. The vast sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and it swept towards the banner. Kiki, he finally used the Divine Thunder Cauldron. At this moment, when Li Chunfa saw the Divine Thunder Cauldron, he was not shocked. Instead, he was happy, and a hint of greed quietly flashed across his eyes. Li Chunfa had taken a huge risk to bring out the magic saint flag. He had originally come to suppress Du Xiaofu's Divine Thunder Cauldron, and he also wanted the Divine Thunder Cauldron to fall into legalism. When he fought with Du Xiaofu, he was wary of Du Xiaofu having a heaven-defying treasure that could blow up Qin Tianchu's body. The magic saint flag in his hand was the real trump card. This was the entrance to legalism. Li Chunfa was fully prepared. Today, he must kill this disaster and take down a treasure like the Divine Thunder Cauldron. The Divine Thunder Cauldron's power is unparalleled, but without the 9 cauldrons gathered, it still depends on who is activating it. Try my legalism's magic saint flag. Seeing the Divine Thunder Cauldron sweeping over, Li Chunfa sneered. The magic saint flag spread out in all directions, and a huge wave appeared in the void. It was like a vast sea of clouds in the sky, covering the void that was getting larger and larger. Above the void, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. The stars rotated, and the energy of heaven and earth surged. Rumble Du Xiaofu activated the purple thunder cauldron with all his might. Terrifying purple lightning enveloped heaven and earth, and a monstrous destructive aura spread out from the purple thunderclouds. Destructive energy waves spread out from the purple lightning, and the surrounding space cracked inch by inch as the electric light spread out. However, at this moment, such a terrifying destructive power was blocked by the magic saint flag. Elderlay, do you know the origin of the magic saint flag? Du Tingxian stared at the void, feeling any changes in the terrifying battle. At this moment, he frowned slightly, and his expression began to turn serious. Looking at the flag that spread out in the void in front of him, Elder Lay's eyes darkened slightly, and he said, "I have heard of the magic saint flag from my old master, but he only mentioned it unintentionally. It is said that it was left behind by the ancestor of legalism, and it is a treasure among treasures of legalism. But now, it seems that the power of the magic saint flag has not been fully activated. It seems to be restricted or affected by some kind of power. However, judging from the power that Li Chunfa is activating now, it is already extremely close to the power of the Saint Realm. I'm afraid that even if I go up personally, I can only barely escape and will have to pay a price." Chapter 1802. Upon hearing that, Du Dingxuan's expression became even more solemn. Even Elder Lei, who was a half-sage, felt that he could only pay a price to escape. He could not help but become more and more worried. "Kid, activating the Divine Thunder Cauldron requires a lot of energy, right? You've almost used up all your energy. The Divine Thunder Cauldron can change owners, and you can die prematurely." Li Chunfa sneered and activated the Wizarding Saint flag to continuously suppress the Purple Thunder Cauldron. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky, accompanied by the release of the ancient aura. It was as if an ancient battlefield had crossed time and space to descend, causing the living beings to tremble in fear. However, it was obvious that the purple thunder cauldron was definitely not easy to suppress. It was filled with destructive thunder power, and purple thunderclouds surged. Electric arcs gathered into purple thunderbolts that suddenly rushed out, and dazzling purple electric arcs poured down. Rumble, countless purple thunderbolts descended from the sky and densely surrounded the surrounding space, directly colliding with the wizarding Saint flag. Coo! Such a terrifying thunder power shocked all the living beings present. They all felt a chill spread from the bottom of their hearts, and their souls trembled. However, as Li Chunfa had said, activating the divine thunder cauldron required a lot of energy, and activating the green spirit armor also required a lot of energy. After fighting for so long, no matter how huge the divine watchtower on Du Xiaofu's body was and how vast his celestial qi was, he was already starting to feel tired at this moment. The purple thunder cauldron and the wizarding saint flag kept colliding and fell into a stalemate. Neither of them could gain an advantage and shattered the void. However, it was obvious that Du Xiaofu's energy consumption was greater, and his face was getting paler. After a while, Du Xiaofu's green spirit armor was also withdrawn. TSK, how much longer can you last? Although Li Chunfa's face was also pale, it seemed to be very easy for him to activate the wizarding saint flag at this moment. It was as if he did not need to consume too much energy. A cold smile appeared in his eyes, and he stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. Is the result finally going to be decided? At this moment, everyone could feel that Du Xiaofu would not be able to hold on for long in such a stalemate. Hey, what is Du Xiaofu doing? Suddenly, a legalism expert cried out in alarm. At this moment, everyone saw an incomparably strange scene. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was actually controlling the purple lightning profound cauldron after putting away that abnormal protective armor. He stepped across the void step by step and directly faced Li Chunfa head-on. Rumble, the purple thunder profound cauldron and the warlock saint flag collided head-on. Runes were released resplendently, and electric arcs spread out like a vast ocean. The sky was filled with muffled sounds. However, at this moment, without the green spirit armor, Du Xiaofu's body also exploded with purple electric arcs. He activated his thunder martial veins and used the purple thunder profound cauldron to forcefully collide with the Dharma Saint flag. But after a few steps, Du Xiaofu found it harder and harder, and blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth again. Du Xiaofu knows that he can't hold on for much longer. He doesn't want to waste time with the patriarch. He wants to force a fight. An old man in legalism spoke in a deep voice. He had seen through Du Xiaofu's intentions. If this continues, he will also consume more energy. He is courting death. A middle-aged legalism expert's eyes were filled with divine light, and his expression was gloomy and disdainful. If he forcefully resisted like this, he would also be exhausted. He was courting death. Carrying the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu walked closer and closer. Under the huge crushing force, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of pale golden blood. His body, which was wrapped in purple electric arcs, also had traces of crack. However, Du Xiaofu didn't retreat. He allowed his body to crack and spit out blood. He still used the purple thunder profound cauldron to forcefully approach and continuously resist the Dharma Saint flag. The purple thunder profound cauldron's purple lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. The talisman runes were resplendent and intertwined. The Dharma Saint flag had a strange phenomenon in the sky. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing and the void was collapsing. Bang, bang, bang. Every time such a collision occurred, the plains below would break and the ravines would collapse. How shocking the scene was! Gulp, gulp, this scene made the surrounding people's throats dry up and they couldn't stop sucking in cold air. This guy's body is cracking. That's because of the crushing force of that strange flag. He still wants to continue resisting. What is this guy trying to do? Many people were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Rock Emperor, hold on. Brother Xiaofu, hold on. President can definitely do it. In the desolate country's lineup, Guiche, Du Hao, Du Yu, the silver-winged demonic condor, and Chao Yu all clenched their fists as their bodies trembled. Du Xiaofu was still in the air, unmoved. The golden rock wings on his back were helping him resist the recoil of the huge, crushing force. The thunder martial vein was also absorbing the purple-gold Xian thunder. His cracked body was recovering rapidly, but it was obvious that the cracking speed was faster, and it was still forcing its way closer. Rumble! The purple thunder profound cauldron spun, and purple thunderclouds rolled in the surroundings. The destructive thunder and lightning that made people's hearts palpitate spread out and continuously collided with the Dharma Saint flag. Bang, bang, bang! Such a collision caused the void to rumble, and the void to tremble violently. Endless thunder and lightning erupted. Runes shone brightly, and strange phenomena appeared in the sky. The heavenly thunder did not stop, and it shook one's soul. Du Xiaofu kept vomiting blood. The more he used the purple thunder profound cauldron to forcefully resist the Dharma Saint flag, the greater the crushing force he suffered. Li Chunfa was also not feeling well at this moment. The terrifying purple-gold profound lightning from the purple thunder profound cauldron swept across the Dharma Saint flag, and it also affected him greatly. However, his situation was much better than Du Xiaofu's. You're courting death. Li Chunfa looked at Du Xiaofu, who was constantly moving across the sky, and sneered. With the Dharma Saint flag in front of him like a sea of clouds, he was safe and sound. Du Xiaofu could not even think of getting close to him. If he forcefully resisted, it would only cause the former to consume more energy and suffer a faster backlash. Is that so? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. A silver-gold stream of light swept out from between his eyebrows, and a silver-gold thunderbolt exploded. The body of the red-bone horse monkey, whose primordial spirit and meridian soul had merged into one, appeared in the void. Roar! The body of the red-bone horse monkey rippled with silver-gold electric arcs, and it was filled with the aura of a supreme being. It was like a god roaring at the sky. Its aura was like the beginning of the world and the beginning of all things. When the red-bone horse monkey appeared, the aura of 4 types of spiritual thunder soared into the sky. Rumble! As fast as lightning, the red-bone horse monkey pounced out, but in an instant it turned into a huge phantom of the 5-finger mountain. The phantom of the 5-finger mountain burst out with a string of golden light, like fireworks, causing the void to be dazzling, as if it could suppress thousands of demons. Rumble! The void exploded like a heavy hammer. The 5-finger mountain rotated, and a terrifying power rippled, causing the entire plane to rumble and crack. It was as if the universe was about to be turned upside down. Rumble! The golden 5-finger mountain swept out, accompanied by the purple thunder profound cauldron, and the 4 types of spiritual thunder and the power to suppress all things, suppressing the magic saint flag. Suddenly, with the addition of the 4 types of spiritual thunder and the purple thunder profound cauldron, the magic saint flag was caught off guard and was instantly suppressed. The purple thunder profound cauldron and the golden 5-finger mountain occupied the void, and endless thunder and lightning descended from the 9 heavens, affecting the magic saint flag with an incomparably domineering and destructive force. At this moment, Li Chunfa's expression changed. Li Chunfa did not expect this scene. He did not expect that Du Xiaofu would still be able to use such a method at this time. Little bastard, you're courting death. You're courting death. However, at this moment, Li Chunfa was not shocked, but happy. Using 4 types of spiritual thunder would only exhaust Du Xiaofu more and more. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Is that so? Then let's see who will die in the end. Do you think that with that lousy flag I can't kill you? Du Xiaofu's cold smile did not disappear. As he spoke, he shook his arm and flicked his finger. A scarlet ball wrapped in purple electric arcs suddenly swept out. Chi-La, the scarlet ball turned into a blurry purple and scarlet shadow. Like lightning, it passed through the influence of the magic Saint Flag and swept directly toward Li Qinfa. This was the Roaring Flames Bomb, the last Roaring Flames Bomb on Du Xiaofu's body. In the space of the Divine Dominion, Du Xiaofu had obtained 3 Roaring Flames Bombs from the Lords of the 3000 World. At this moment, this was the last one. Du Xiaofu wanted to get close to Li Qinfa, but not to risk his life. He just wanted to use the Roaring Flames Bomb. No matter what, he had to kill Li Qinfa today. When the space of the Divine Dominion opened that day, Li Qinfa had gone to the desolate country. Fortunately, Elder Lei had been there. After that, Li Qinfa had even used his primordial spirit avatar to enter the space of the Divine Dominion to deal with him. This made Du Xiaofu want to kill Li Qinfa. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to keep this last Roaring Flames Bomb for self-defense. However, if he could kill Li Qinfa, Du Xiaofu would not feel that this last Roaring Flames Bomb was a waste. Boom! Boom! As the Roaring Flames Bomb shot out, a blazing destructive energy instantly filled the void. There were also purple gold Xian thunders instantly exploding. In the void, purple electric arcs crisscrossed and covered the sky. Oh no, it must be that treasure. In the space of legalism, many elders were shocked. The expressions of the old supremacies and the current supremacies changed. They had originally guessed that Du Xiaofu might not have a second treasure like that. Otherwise, he would have killed his way into the space of legalism long ago. They had been secretly guarding against Du Xiaofu. However, they had not expected that Du Xiaofu would really take out another one at the last moment. Although they did not know what this treasure was, they knew very well that it had blown Patriarch Qin Tianwei's physical body to smithereens. According to Patriarch Qin Tianwei's primordial spirit, no living being under the Sage Realm would be able to resist such a terrifying treasure. When the Roaring Flames Bomb shot out, Elder Huang's expression changed immediately. The blazing aura and lightning aura made him feel absolute fear and danger. Oh no! This kid still has that kind of treasure! However, at this moment, the one who was the most shocked was Li Qinfa. He had also been on guard the entire time. When he saw that Du Xiaofu had put his life on the line and was seriously injured, he was even more certain that Du Xiaofu did not have any more of that treasure on him. However, Li Qinfa had just let down his guard. He did not expect that Du Xiaofu would take out another one. That was a terrifying item that had shattered Qin Tianwei's physical body. How could he dare to be the slightest bit careless? The scarlet afterimage covered in purple electric arcs rushed over violently, bringing with it a blazing and violent destructive energy. It made Li Qinfa feel a sudden chill in his heart for no reason. Even someone as powerful as him was trembling in the depths of his primordial spirit for no reason. He was terrified and uneasy. Bastard, Li Qinfa cursed, but he had no choice but to use all his strength to activate the Wizarding Saint Flag to block it. He had already been seriously injured by Du Xiaofu and did not have much strength to block it. However, at this moment, the Wizarding Saint Flag was suppressed by the Five-Finger Mountain. The 4 types of spiritual lightning and the purple lightning profound cauldron descended endless lightning. It was difficult for them to escape and protect Li Qinfa. Chapter 1803. Qi. Qi. The blazing thunder bullets swept through the air, but under Li Qinfa's full power, the Wizarding Saint Flag enveloped Li Qinfa. At the same time, the blazing thunder bullet exploded in the air like an atomic bomb. A shocking explosion of thunder suddenly resounded in the sky like a thunderous roar. Bang! 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 The air exploded, revealing a pitch-black space. Pitch-black space cracks hung in the sky like a spider web. Walala, monstrous flames and monstrous purple electric arcs swept out in all directions. The space was chaotic and vision was blurred. The entire sky plane below was also collapsing like an earthquake. Goo goo! Such a shocking scene shocked everyone in the distance, and they were speechless. Legalism's current supremacy, the old supremacy, and other legalism experts were also shocked. No wonder Patriarch Qin Tianxi's physical body was shattered. Such a treasure was a great killing weapon. Who below the saint's stage could resist it? The destructive and blazing thunder energy exploded, and terrifying energy ripples surged, destroying everything. It also shook the wizarding saint flag, the purple lightning profound cauldron, and the five-finger mountain phantom. The terrifying energy caused a huge pitch-black hole to appear in the sky. In a short time, the terrifying energy was swallowed by the black hole-like void. Rumble, the five-finger mountain phantom, and the huge purple lightning profound cauldron rotated, releasing unparalleled thunder and lightning, blocking the wizarding saint flag, preventing it from approaching. The wizarding saint flag was also greatly affected by the impact of the blazing thunder bullet. At this moment, it was suppressed by the five-finger mountain phantom and the purple lightning profound cauldron, and it was increasingly difficult to break free. Walala! The energy in the sky dissipated, and Li Chunfa's figure appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, Li Chunfa's eyes were dull, and he had lost his original spirit. The light on his body dimmed, and the blazing aura of the purple-gold profound lightning overflowed. That was the aura left behind by the blazing thunder bullet. Puff! Puff! Suddenly, Li Chunfa opened his mouth and spat out mouthfuls of blood. At the very last moment, the warlock saint flag still managed to protect Li Chunfa by more than half. However, when that terrifying power exploded, Li Chunfa was still severely injured. GG. Aolo. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Above Ping Ming and Long Yu's bodies, there were suddenly 38 bright rays of light in the air. Under a domineering and destructive power, they turned into 38 bolts of lightning. They were very close to Li Chunfa, who was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, like thousands of arrows piercing through the heart. Chilala 38 beams of light. They were the 36 true Pung feathers and 2 true dragon horns that Li Chunfa had bound. At this moment, they were like 38 war spears, dazzling and frightening. 38 terrifying auras instantly attacked Li Chunfa's body. At this moment, Li Chunfa's pupils constricted and his face was ashen. Perhaps for Li Chunfa, he would never have thought that he would end up with such a result after bringing the warlock saint flag out. The 36 true Pung feathers and a pair of true dragon horns pierced into Li Chunfa. At this moment, Li Chunfa was like a rabbit that had been hunted down by numerous sharp arrows. He floated in the air like a hedgehog. These were not ordinary arrows, but 36 true Pung feathers and a pair of true dragon horns. This scene made everyone's eyes dull and tremble. They were so shocked that they could not speak. "Even if I die, I won't let you go, you little bastard. I will get rid of you for legalism. Legalism's orthodoxy will not be destroyed." Everything happened in the blink of an eye. After being stunned for a moment, the hedgehog-like Li Chunfa's lifeless and pale face suddenly revealed a ferocious smile. His dull eyes turned cold and ferocious. Without any hesitation, he formed a series of strange hand seals, and the aura around him soared once again. This aura was much stronger than when Li Chunfa was at his peak. It was incomparably close to the Saint Realm. "He's going to self-destruct." Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed, and then his face sank. The old man knew that he would not be able to escape death after being hit by 36 true Pung feathers and a pair of true dragon horns, so he had actually chosen to self-destruct. If a peak overlord realm cultivator self-destructed, their strength would increase tremendously, and it would probably be incomparably close to the Saint Realm. Fuck. Without any hesitation, the golden Ping wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped. The Ping wings soared into the sky as he used the unfettered step. The 36 true Pung feathers and a pair of true dragon horns shot out rapidly. At the same time, Du Xiaofu retreated rapidly. He wanted to escape into the purple lightning profound cauldron. "You can't escape, little bastard." However, the distance between them was too close. Li Chunfa used his last breath, and his aura rose to the peak. His entire body was already faintly visible, and there were even spatial cracks that caused one's heart to palpitate appearing around his body at this moment. The moment Du Xiaofu retreated, Li Chunfa's swollen body suddenly exploded as well. A shocking sonic boom reverberated through the air. Li Chunfa's body suddenly erupted with dazzling light under everyone's gazes. Talismans shot into the sky and exploded like fireworks. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with shock and horror. Bang bang bang. With Li Chunfa's exploding body as the center, it was like a world had exploded. Destructive energy rippled out in all directions as it shone with dazzling light. A tremendous force expanded outwards, instantly drowning Du Xiaofu, who was retreating rapidly. Even if the self-destruction of an expert like Li Chunfa couldn't compare to the blazing flames exalted incineration bomb, it definitely wouldn't be much weaker. The entire space exploded, and a series of spatial cracks spread across the sky. These weren't spatial rifts. Instead, they were spatial rifts that had materialized. They revealed a pitch-black, terrifying light. Such a destructive force poured out directly onto Du Xiaofu's body. Even with the immortal Xian body and the great success divine body, Du Xiaofu still suffered a heavy blow. His flesh was really cracking, and his internal organs were shattering. Under the blurry gaze of some experts, Du Xiaofu's body was also cracking at the last moment. Then, it was blasted into pieces and turned into a pale golden blood mist that filled the sky. At the same time, even the phantom of the golden five-fingered mountain was hit by some kind of impact. It turned into silver-gold electric arcs that blotted out the sky and earth. In an instant, it dissipated into the void and disappeared. At this moment, the purple thunder profound cauldron and the warlock saint flag also seemed to have lost their fingerprint. They stood at a distance and instinctively confronted each other, but they didn't fight again. Not good. Such a scene made Du Xiaoqing, Dai Xingyu, Du Yunlong, Thunderhawk King, Du Xiaoman, Yi Wuming, Zhen Qingchun, Gui Che, and the others turn pale with fright. All of them wanted to rush out. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others also turned pale with fright. Their delicate faces changed drastically. Back off. It's not something you can affect, Du Xiaoyao said. She waved her sleeves and a golden rune surged out, blocking everyone. Her spirit eyes were filled with waves. At this moment, she was also staring at the void with rapt attention. No, father won't be hit so easily. Little Xingxing looked at the void in front of her. The third eye between her brows emitted a light, and the hem of her starry dress was filled with radiance. It sounded long, but in fact, it happened in an instant. All the shocking movements stopped abruptly. The whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void. At this moment, other than the divine lightning cauldron and the shrunken legalist saint flag, the void was calm. Li Chunfa was such a super expert. He was one of the patriarchs of legalism. In the current world, his cultivation was enough to rank him among the top experts. In the entire world, not many people could be compared to him. However, back in the divine realm, Du Xiaofu had destroyed one of Li Chunfa's primordial spirit clones, causing him to be severely injured. At this moment, everyone saw that Li Chunfa was forced to self-destruct. There was no doubt that he would definitely die. There was no suspense. Such a powerful patriarch of legalism was killed by Du Xiaofu. As for Du Xiaofu, he was pulled by Li Chunfa in the end. He was also buried in the former's self-destruction. Everyone also saw it. In the end, the patriarch chose to self-destruct. Even his primordial spirit was not willing to escape. He wanted to eliminate the huge threat of legalism. A legalism youth spoke. His body was agitated, and his eyes were filled with tears. Du Xiaofu is really dead. It's impossible for him to come back to life. The patriarch used his own body as the price to eliminate the huge threat of legalism. He took revenge for the many supreme experts and geniuses of legalism. A middle-aged man of legalism had tears in his eyes. Patriarch Li Chunfa sacrificed everything for legalism and our legalism orthodoxy. A legalism elder spoke. His body was trembling. Then, he knelt on the ground and announced his death. Patriarch, rest in peace. Legalism will forever remember that the Patriarch killed a huge threat today. Patriarch, rest in peace. Immediately after, the densely packed disciples of legalism knelt on the ground and looked up at the void with reverence. Patriarch Li Chunfa's self-destruction had eliminated the demon king, Du Xiaofu. All the legalism disciples were shaken. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, had finally been eliminated. At this moment, all the legalism disciples felt as if they had been granted amnesty. As long as that demon king didn't die, he would be the legalism's nightmare. Sigh. Elder Huang sighed and didn't say anything, exchanging the life of a legalism patriarch in exchange for the life of a junior who originally belonged to legalism and could contribute to the cause of legalism. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. New master, I didn't have time to intervene. I'm ashamed. Elder Lei spoke to Du Tingxian. He looked at the void with guilt on his aged face. Such an extraordinary junior had been destroyed by Li Chunfa's self-destruction. In the end, it was already too late for him to intervene. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to intervene even if he wanted to. That half-step holy beast expert from legalism had been staring at him, just like how he was staring at the other party. Once either of them made any movements, they would immediately be stopped by the other party. This was an invisible tacit understanding. Neither of them could intervene. Even so, Elder Lei still felt guilty in his heart. He felt even more regret and heartache. If the old master had seen such a junior back then, he would have used all means to take him in and nurture him well. However, the heavens were jealous of heroic geniuses. That kind of junior was so extraordinary at such a young age, shocking the world, able to shake the past and dazzle the present. In the end, the school of legalism could not tolerate him, and they wanted to kill him no matter what. Thinking of this, Elder Lei's eyes surged with coldness and lightning. He had lived for countless years and cultivated his mental state for many years. However, at this moment, killing intent surged in his heart. Chapter 1804. No, my son will be fine. Du Tingxian stared at the void, his fists clenched tightly. His fingernails dug into his palms, causing blood to seep out. His sharp eyes were filled with conviction. Back in the divine dominion, he had seen with his own eyes that his son was still fine even after being blasted apart. Now, he would definitely be fine too. However, at this moment, above the void, there was a large blade made of green light, a pair of true dragon horns, 36 true rock feathers, and a broadsword that everyone recognized. That broadsword was the purple gold heavenly tower, the divine weapon of the demon king Du Xiaofu. It had once killed countless experts. There was even a round ball of light and a strange lightning lotus. This is the old master's 9 revolutions divine Leilian. No wonder this brat's comprehension of the profound meaning of lightning surpasses others. Old Lei recognized the 9 revolutions divine Leilian. His eyes rippled violently. That was one of the 3 treasures that Jinlei Tensei carried with him. However, at this moment, these treasures seemed to have lost control, becoming ownerless objects. No one from legalism went up to fight for them. They were still staring at the void above. However, their gazes were filled with passion. Some of them secretly exchanged glances. Once they had the chance, they would not hold back anymore. Any one of those treasures was an absolute treasure, especially the divine thunder cauldron. It had already been targeted by many of the legalism's hidden auras. Has the demon king Du Xiaofu really fallen? Far away in the void, many of the onlookers were stunned. The demon king had created countless miracles and shocked the world. Could it be that he had really stopped at legalism? All of this happened in just a few minutes. Boom! Suddenly, A trembling sound rang out in the silent void. It was like a bolt of fierce thunder that had come out of nowhere. This trembling sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Immediately, numerous gazes looked towards the void. They were bewildered as they searched everywhere for something. In the silent void, the remnants of broken runes flickered, and at this moment, some purple electric arcs began to overflow. And within this, one could feel an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if a sleeping ferocious rock was slowly awakening. There was also a familiar tyrannical aura that was awakening. Elder Lei and Elder Huang's expressions changed rapidly as they stared at the sky. Especially when he felt that familiar domineering aura, a hint of surprise flashed across Elder Lei's face. On the other hand, Old Huang was extremely shocked. The expression on his aged face changed greatly. It's his aura. When that familiar domineering aura spread out, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoqing, Zhen Qingchun, and Mo Tianxiao's eyes immediately flashed with unconcealable joy. It's the Rock Emperor's aura. He's not dead. He's definitely not dead. Thunderhawk King, Ghost Chariot, and the others were pleasantly surprised. Their bodies trembled. Just now, they didn't make too much noise because they had seen too many miracles. The Rock Emperor definitely wouldn't fall so easily. The Rock Emperor is still alive. When that familiar domineering aura spread out, it immediately caused an uproar in the desolate country's lineup. The entire school of legalism fell into an uproar because of this sudden change. Strange changes appeared on their faces. Ouyang Shuang was pleasantly surprised as she looked at the sky. The purple lightning arc was getting brighter and brighter. She could feel that the familiar aura was getting denser. Feeling that familiar aura and movement, Du Tingshuan's handsome face was also filled with excitement. What a terrifying aura! When that familiar aura spread out, that domineering aura grew stronger and stronger. It made Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others' faces change as they had no choice but to retreat once again. Walala! Just as everyone retreated once again, the remnant runes in the sky flickered with golden light and golden blood appeared. It was a dense blood mist that didn't disperse. It was connected to the violet gold heavenly tower, the 9 revolutions divine Leilian, and the others. A terrifying aura erupted like a volcano as it gushed out from it. In the end, it condensed together under everyone's shocked gazes. Boom! A sudden thunder shook the entire sky plains and spread throughout Kyushu. Even Kyushu could feel it. What happened? Is there a change in the world? Or has the great calamity of the world begun? Above Kyushu, many old figures appeared in the sky from various provinces. They were calculating something with their fingers. In the end, they raised their heads to look at the sky with astonishment in their eyes. Whoosh whoosh, following that, many figures crossed the sky and headed towards the sky plains. Walala, on the sky plains, when the blood mist that didn't disperse gathered together, the bright purple lightning arc lit up the sky like a sun. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of thunder was deafening. Above the sky, it was as if a sea of lightning had appeared. Lightning poured down like a long river and appeared in the sky continuously. A terrifying aura made all the living creatures' hair stand on end, and they were filled with endless respect. What the hell is going on? Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. The frightening lightning caused even Old Lei and Old Huang to feel fear. It was easy to imagine the pressure the others felt at this moment. That's Brother Xiaofu recovering. I can feel Brother Xiaofu's aura. In the Du family, Du Shui exclaimed. Her beautiful face was filled with excitement. Under the lightning aura, the thunder martial vein in her body involuntarily covered her. That's Brother Xiaofu's aura. Therefore, the disciples of the Du family covered their thunder martial veins. They were all very excited. In the long river of lightning, they could clearly feel the familiar aura. Crackle, lightning fluctuated. From the bright river of lightning, a tall and straight figure gradually appeared. His body was naked, but he was wrapped in bright lightning arcs. His naked body couldn't be seen. His black hair was wrapped in dazzling lightning arc. His eyes were slightly closed as he looked at the sky. His face was resolute and determined. When such a figure appeared, although he was wrapped in lightning, he was clearly made of flesh and blood. Immediately, the faces of the disciples of the legalism froze. It's Du Xiaofu. He's not dead. In an instant, the disciples of the legalism school exclaimed and turned pale with fright. At this moment, such a man made of flesh and blood. If it wasn't Du Xiaofu who was just blasted into pieces, who else could it be? He had clearly just died to the point where he could not be any more dead. His body had been shattered, but now, he had appeared before them alive. How could the disciples of legalism not be shocked by such a sight? It's Du Xiaofu. The demon king Du Xiaofu isn't dead. In the distant void, the spectators trembled as they witnessed this terrifying scene with their own eyes. Why isn't he dead yet? The elders, protectors, and experts of the legalism school were just rejoicing. Although they had lost ancestor Li Chunfa, they had finally killed a huge threat. However, at this moment, they couldn't accept such an unforeseen event. Could it be that he can't be killed? The young men of the legalism school turned pale, and their scalps went numb. Such a demon king was too terrifying. He was simply a demon that couldn't be killed. Crackle, in the surrounding void, some of the experts of the domain realm on Kyushu School appeared in the sky plane. They all rushed over. What's going on? Legalism and the desolate country. Is that Du Xiaofu? In a short time, experts and old figures from all over Kyushu School rushed over and witnessed this unbelievable scene. They saw a tall and straight figure standing amidst the dazzling lightning in the long river of lightning. Demon King Du Xiaofu. It's really him. The eyes of the Kyushu experts were suffused with divine light. At this moment, they sensed that terrifying aura on the demon king Du Xiaofu's body. Something must have happened. Boom! Another thunderous boom rang out, causing the souls of all living beings to tremble. In the void, dense lightning filled the sky. With Du Xiaofu as the center, a void 8 trigrams diagram appeared. Divine might filled the sky as strange phenomena pervaded the air and transformed into a world of its own. Screech! The rock's cry pierced through the clouds and cracked stones. From behind Du Xiaofu, a purple-gold thunder rock emerged from the dazzling lightning arcs. It occupied the void, shaking the sky and covering the sun. The void collapsed as purple lightning intertwined. It was a terrifying scene. The purple-gold thunder rock was evolved from the profound meaning of thunder and lightning and the rock's beast energy. It was so powerful that living beings with insufficient cultivation couldn't resist it at all. Their legs went soft, and the beasts found it even harder to resist. They roared and crawled. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as the void surged. From between heaven and earth, the dazzling long river of lightning turned into endless energy and poured into Du Xiaofu's body. When the lightning fluctuations were irrigated, it was so dazzling that living beings couldn't open their eyes. It was extremely dazzling. On the void 8 trigrams diagram, all kinds of strange phenomena were born and changed. They were all nurturing endless changes. Mountains and rivers towered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, ferocious beasts roared, ferocious birds soared into the sky, and galaxies rotated. Endless pressure covered the sky and covered the earth, and runes drowned the void. Below the void, all the living beings' faces changed. Such a scene was too shocking and terrifying. On Du Xiaofu's back, the huge purple-gold thunder rock let out a cry, and the sound of it piercing through clouds and splitting rocks resounded. Then, everyone saw the huge purple-gold thunder rock above the long river of lightning. Its eyes were like the sun, and the dazzling light was like lightning shooting into the sky. Countless lightning bolts connected with the purple-gold thunder rock, causing the void to distort. In the next instant, the huge body of the purple-gold thunder rock suddenly burst out with dazzling light, and an incomparably domineering aura spread out like a tide, sweeping across the void. As the mighty aura fluctuated, the tall youth wrapped in lightning opened his eyes at the same time in the long river of lightning. The gaze in his eyes was like the most dazzling lightning. His black hair fluttered in the wind, but it was wrapped in lightning. That tall and straight figure was a resolute and determined man. At this moment, he was like a holy celestial emperor. Step by step, he soared through the air and landed on the head of the purple-gold thunder rock. Chapter 1805. Then, the resolute and determined man's hair flew backward. His black hair slowly turned white and then it turned black. His face also aged and was covered with wrinkles. But soon after, it recovered and became smooth and sparkling again. Everything seemed to be alternating and going through reincarnation. However, with each cycle, the aura on his body grew stronger, becoming even more vast and vigorous. Whoosh! Such a man stood on the purple-gold thunder rock's head. Lightning flashed in the sky and the void churned violently. He was alternating between reincarnations and also devouring lightning. The scene was horrifying. Everyone was dumbstruck. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in their lives. Such a demon king was devouring lightning. He was undergoing an astonishing transformation. That's not lightning, that's the energy of heaven and earth. Someone whispered in shock. That terrifying aura pervaded the air. That huge purple-gold thunder rock was in the sky and suppressed all living things. It was as if a giant boulder was crushing down on their hearts. His aura is still strengthening. He's breaking through, someone said with a trembling gaze. At this moment, all the experts present had mixed feelings. That man was not very old. At most, he was not even 30 years old. However, they had cultivated for at least thousands of years, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. But now, when they felt that kind of aura, their hearts were in turmoil. Such a junior is making his peers despair. He's making us ashamed, an old man said in the distance and sighed helplessly. Such a junior suppressed his peers until they couldn't raise their heads. Any genius compared to him was like a firefly competing with the moon. It was simply a tragedy compared to him. It was the greatest misfortune for the current generation's geniuses and supreme beings to be in the same generation as him. As for the older generation, when compared to him, they were even more ashamed, unable to show their faces. Boom! On the purple-gold thunder rock's head, Du Xiaofu's aura became more and more vigorous in a short period of time, causing the void to rumble. Endless energy of heaven and earth descended from the void, as if pouring down from the 9 heavens. It turned into a resplendent lightning beam and enveloped Du Xiaofu. When the vast energy landed on Du Xiaofu's body, it caused the lightning wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body to tremble violently. The hair behind his head no longer changed and his face no longer aged. It seemed to be even more sparkling and translucent. Boom! At the same time, from Du Xiaofu's body, a new vast aura swept across the sky like a storm. Feeling the vastness of the aura, Elder Lei's eyes trembled. He took a deep breath and said with a slightly trembling voice, "This aura? It's reincarnation nirvana. Reincarnation nirvana." At this moment, all the experts and elders present were dumbfounded. The Rock Emperor is breaking through and stepping into reincarnation nirvana. In the desolate country, Yi Wuming, Gong Dao, and the other elders trembled in incomparable surprise. That's reincarnation nirvana? At this moment, to the people of legalism, their eyes twitched as the most incredulous expression appeared on their faces. How could they have imagined that not only did Du Xiaofu not die after the price of Patriarch Li Chunfa's self-detonation, but he had also broken through to the true reincarnation nirvana level and displayed his peerless glory. The nirvana supremacy stage was equivalent to the domain realm. However, everyone knew that a true nirvana sovereign was definitely not someone an ordinary domain realm cultivator could compare to. Since ancient times, the further a nirvana sovereign reached, the more powerful and rare they were, and the more difficult it was to cultivate. However, any nirvana sovereign was an absolutely terrifying existence that could sweep across their peers and conquer the world. Although at the beginning, everyone knew that Du Xiaofu was a half-step rebirth realm cultivator, now that he had stepped into the true nirvana realm, it was like the difference between a half-saint and a true saint realm cultivator. There was a world of difference between them. Rock Emperor. In the desolate country's lineup, the experts trembled and their eyes were moist. How could their Rock Emperor be so easily defeated? At this moment, he had stepped into the true nirvana realm and shocked Kyushu. How glorious was that! The purple-gold thunder rock spread its wings and a long river of lightning surged. Du Xiaofu stepped on the purple-gold thunder rock's head, which was surrounded by the beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks and the mysteries of lightning. He was calm and domineering, arrogant and confident. At this moment, his figure was as immovable as a mountain, and his radiance was boundless and shook the heavens. Everyone was shocked. Such a man was a freak of nature that could shock the world. All living beings in the world go through life and death. So, this is the cycle of reincarnation. Du Xiaofu spoke and shook his arm. The void 8 trigrams turned into ancient runes and disappeared into the void. The purple-gold thunder rock that covered the sky also slowly disappeared. As the void 8 trigrams and the purple-gold thunder rock disappeared, the terrifying pressure also quickly dissipated and no longer suppressed the hearts of the crowd. It's too scary. Many of the living beings stood up from the ground. Many of the demonic beasts and cultivators who were not strong enough had collapsed to the ground. At this moment, all of them still had lingering fears. As everything disappeared, the lightning radiance on Du Xiaofu's body also gradually faded. At the same time, a light purple robe appeared in his qianquan bag and covered his body. It did not allow his body to be exposed. In the end, the figure completely appeared in front of everyone, and his eyes regained their clarity. Phew! Du Xiaofu stretched slightly and spat out a mouthful of turbid air accompanied by electric arcs. Feeling the power and changes in his body, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. After being pulled in by Li Chunfa's self-destruction, Du Xiaofu was not too worried when his physical body was blown apart. His primordial spirit was fighting against the flag of the martial sage. With the immortal Xian body, he could recover. However, with the immortal Xian body, it was equivalent to suffering a heavy blow when his physical body was blown apart. He also had to pay a price. There was no free lunch in the world. And just as his physical body was blown apart, Du Xiaofu also felt an aura of death from the bottom of his heart. He went through life and death and touched death. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly had an epiphany and turned it into an opportunity. Du Xiaofu had always been at the half-step reincarnation nirvana level and was unable to break through to the next level. With this opportunity, he comprehended the reincarnation nirvana level and stepped into the next level, obtaining a great opportunity. If Li Chunfa knew that the price of his self-destruction was not only not killing Du Xiaofu in the end, but also turned into an opportunity for Du Xiaofu to break through to the true reincarnation nirvana level, he would rather be tortured to death than drag Du Xiaofu down with him. He broke through to the true reincarnation nirvana level. Looking at Du Xiaofu in the void, the eyes of the legalism disciples trembled. The demon king Du Xiaofu was already so terrifying when he was only at the half-step reincarnation nirvana level. He was able to fight head-on with ancestor Li Chunfa. At this moment, the demon king Du Xiaofu had already stepped into the true reincarnation nirvana level. The improvement in his strength had probably increased exponentially. How powerful would he be? Those at the same level of cultivation would not be a match for the demon king at all. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists and felt the power that was as vast as the ocean in his body. Suddenly, his clear eyes stared at the warlock saint flag in the sky, which had been facing off against the purple thunder profound cauldron, and his body emitted a golden glow. "This flag is not bad," Du Xiaofu spoke. On his resolute face, his eyes were deep and unfathomable. There wasn't the slightest ripple of emotion in them, but rather a formless aura of power. Finally, as his silhouette shot through the air, he shook his arm. In an instant, boundless golden light shot out, shaking the heavens and transforming into the rock's chaos-crushing claw. Du Xiaofu's claw distorted the entire void. In the golden radiance, there seemed to be a golden-winged rock whistling out. Everywhere it passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in the space, which then recovered. Reincarnation nirvana is so powerful. Such a claw caused huge waves to appear in Elder Huang's eyes. That claw caused waves to appear in his heart. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's claw pressed down on the Dharma Saint flag. The golden radiance covered the sky and distorted the void. Du Xiaofu wanted to imprison the Dharma Saint flag. A Dharma Saint flag that could confront the purple lightning profound cauldron was definitely a rare treasure. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, the Warlock Saint's flag moved. In an instant, the flag unfurled and a bright light shone. With the power of a strange phenomenon, the light covered the sun and collided with Du Xiaofu's claw. Chapter 1806. Boom! This kind of collision made one's soul tremble. Dazzling runes bloomed one after another, covering the void. Energy surged violently, as if the sky and earth were being turned upside down. Walala, the void cracked all around, and one after another, materialized spatial cracks hung in the sky, interweaving in the sky. Ka-ka! The plains below were cracking apart everywhere, forming a horrifying scene. How shocking was this? Legalism's disciples, return quickly. An old voice came from the void passage. This voice seemed to have come from ancient times, resounding above the void. Walala, the void passage that was originally revealed when the spatial wormhole exploded also began to slowly merge at this moment, beginning to isolate legalism's space from the outside world. It's the divine ancestor. The old man from legalism raised his head. That was the voice of their divine ancestor. It seemed that their divine ancestor had come out of seclusion, but they could only hear his voice and not see him. Quick, go back quickly. The current supremacy and the old supremacy spoke at the same time, ordering their disciples to return immediately. Once the space was blocked, they wouldn't be able to enter even if they wanted to. Legalism only had that one spatial wormhole to enter and exit. Now that the spatial wormhole was destroyed, the void passage was the only way. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the disciples of legalism turned around and hurriedly entered legalism, not daring to stay. Such a demon king was too terrifying. They couldn't kill him even if they wanted to, causing fear to grow in their hearts. Sage Realm. In the void, Du Xiaofu stepped on the air. The old voice came from the Sage Realm expert. He was the one who activated the Sage flag to stop his own collapse. Kill. Their Sage Realm experts don't dare to make a move. Don't let these bastards escape. Little Xingxing's young voice shouted loudly. Seeing the disciples of legalism retreat in panic, the little figure immediately soared into the sky. Golden flames spread out, burning the void and distorting space. If we don't kill them now, when will we? Du Xiaoyao also made his move. His golden clothes fluttered, his spirit eyes glowed, and his aura swept through the void. Boom! Zhenqingchun didn't say anything. He directly activated the 6 wheels blood-killing array, and a monstrous blood aura spread out. Awu Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, Yunzhan, and Gui Che roared and charged forward. Kill! Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Ouyang Shuang, and Du Hao all stepped out and pounced towards the legalism disciples. They didn't want the legalism disciples to escape. Quick, go back. Looking at the desolate nation's situation, the old man from legalism and the sovereign lords had lost their confidence to continue fighting. Han Aoshi had been severely injured, The patriarch of Li Chunfa had been killed, and Du Xiaofu had made another breakthrough. Legalism is inviolable. The old voice reverberated in the void. The sorcerer's saint flag spread out and covered the void like a sea of clouds. In an instant, it blocked the path to the legalism void. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky as runes shone brightly. The sorcerer's saint flag blocked all the attacks from the desolate country's experts with great power. Let go of my wife and daughter. Otherwise, I won't rest until I die. Du Tingxian made his move. Dazzling lightning radiance radiated outwards as a resplendent lightning armor instantly enveloped his body. Lightning radiance permeated the air as a misty energy swirled around him. His eyes were incomparably sharp as killing intent gushed out from them. Boom! Du Tingxian activated all the 9 divine rings of the Great Sovereign and the lightning martial vein. A dazzling lightning spear shot out from his hand. At this moment, the lightning runes, the Great Sovereign Force, and the lightning martial vein of the Du family intertwined together to form a spear light that shot towards the sorcerer's saint flag in front of him. Boom! Boom! Du Tingxian waved his spear like a dragon soaring through the 4 seas. The wind and clouds changed, the void trembled, and heaven and earth lost their color. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Du Xiaoyao made his move. Golden light shone as he punched out. It was as if heaven and earth had been created. Little Xingxing punched out. Golden flames wrapped around his small fist. Wherever his fist passed, the space shattered inch by inch. Mo Tianxiao tore through the void with his claw. Spatial cracks filled the sky. At this moment, these terrifying attacks were all engulfed by the warlock saint flag. Whoosh! This kind of collision caused the void to become blurry. It was too terrifying. However, this terrifying attack was completely blocked by the sorcerer's saint flag. Although everyone's attacks had overturned the sorcerer's saint flag, they did not break through and were blocked by it. Awoo! At some point in time, Elder Lei and Elder Huang had already collided with each other silently. However, the moment they collided, the void became blurry. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The void shattered and the planes were torn apart. It was a shocking scene. The confrontation between the two of them seemed to break through the restrictions of the void. It was as if 2 ancient powerhouses had awakened and were fighting fiercely in the present world. Rumble, the purple lightning profound cauldron was activated. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A vast expanse of thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Bolts of lightning filled the palpitating lightning. The entire sky seemed to have instantly turned dark before dawn. A monstrous aura spread out from the purple thunderclouds. It rippled in this space, causing the entire space to tremble. Such a terrifying aura caused a chill to spread from the bottom of everyone's heart. In the face of this shocking lightning power, even their primordial spirits trembled. After Du Xiaofu had broken through, the power of the purple lightning profound cauldron had increased by several times. Rumble! Everything happened in an instant. As the purple thunderclouds churned, bolts of lightning suddenly burst out of the thunderclouds. Dazzling silver light poured down. Countless purple thunderbolts descended from the sky and blasted violently towards the sorcerer's saint flag. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out from the purple thunderbolt. The surrounding space cracked inch by inch as the electric light filled the air. Crackle! The earth-shattering purple thunderbolts bombarded the sorcerer's saint flag. The entire space was filled with sharp sonic booms. Wherever the thunderbolts passed, the space also collapsed with a loud bang, causing the sorcerer's saint flag to retreat. Du Xiaofu exploded. He attacked with all his might, wanting to destroy the sorcerer's saint flag. He wanted to leave the people of legalism behind and start a massacre. He wanted to force the legalism to hand over his mother and sister, Xiao Jing. Legalism will remember all of this. It won't be long before you pay 10 times the price. Within the legalism, the old voice rippled, revealing an ice-cold intent. Crackle! The sorcerer's saint flag exploded. Runes covered the sky and covered the earth. The stars rotated, and the shadows of beasts roared. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky. The purple lightning profound cauldron was also slowly shrinking. However, at this moment, the void within the legalism was also shrinking. When the last few figures rushed in panic, the void passage was only the size of a wormhole and was still shrinking. Aoshi, quickly retreat, the revered lord shouted, causing Han Aoshi, whose face was pale and whose vitality had not dissipated, to return to the legalism. Han Aoshi stood in the void, his face ashen. He had seen everything from before. From afar, he looked at Du Xiaofu, who was controlling the purple lightning profound cauldron to fight against the sorcerer Saint Flag. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile and he said, Du Xiaofu, I misjudged you back then. But remember, even if you destroy legalism one day, you will not be able to destroy the orthodoxy of legalism. You will never be able to escape the fact that you also have the bloodline of legalism in your body. You still have my spiritual root of legalism in your body. You will never be able to escape, ha 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 ha. His laughter was hollow, echoing amidst the thunder and lightning. The laughter stopped abruptly. The revered lord pulled Han Aoshi back to the legalism. Although the divine ancestor had come out of seclusion, at this moment, the experts of legalism all knew that the experts of the Saint Plane could not do anything. At this moment, the divine ancestor was only controlling the sorcerer Saint Flag to protect everyone as they entered the legalism. The old revered lord was at the back. When he looked back at the scene in front of him, his face was incomparably gloomy. The desolate country had killed their way to the door of legalism, but they could only retreat. With such an encounter, was legalism's luck really up? Sai, Elder Huang and Elder Lei separated from the void. Amidst the vast and mighty lightning, Elder Huang sighed and finally entered the void passage. There will be a day when all of this will end. An old voice sounded from the void passage. The sorcerer Saint Flag covered the passage and blocked all the attacks. In the end, it slowly disappeared into the void passage. Bang 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 Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Mo Tianxiao, and all the others' attacks exploded in the void. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, mighty and mighty, but all traces of legalism had completely disappeared. The void returned to normal and the wormhole disappeared. Legalism and the void were completely isolated. The wormhole has been destroyed. Unless we can open up this space, we can't enter. Elder Lei said. Destroying the wormhole was equivalent to destroying the passage to legalism. Do they want to enter and never come out? Du Yunlong's cloud robe fluttered as he frowned slightly. No, with the foundation of legalism and the experts of the Saint Plane, they can open up a new wormhole when the time comes. It's just that they have to pay a great price, Du Tingxian said. They have isolated the space, and no one can do anything to them. It's difficult for ordinary experts of the Saint Plane to break through the space and force their way in. Elder Lei said, and the lightning in his eyes gradually disappeared. Dad! They escaped again. That strange banner is really extraordinary. It's a treasure. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao went to Du Xiaofu's side, and they were filled with hatred. Du Xiaofu put away the purple lightning profound cauldron and looked at the void. His eyes flickered with golden light. In the end, he didn't get to see his mother and sister as he wished. Let's go back. At least this time, we didn't come out empty-handed. Du Tingxian stood beside Du Xiaofu and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder gently. He looked deep into the void and said, I hope the next time we come won't be too far away. Saint Plane Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with a trace of fluctuation. If he could reach that level, he might be able to directly enter legalism. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that even if he had stepped into the true Nirvana realm, he still didn't have that qualification. But this time, although he didn't get to see his mother and sister, he was able to step into the true Nirvana realm and kill Li Chenfa. Han Aoshi was also severely injured and probably wouldn't live for long. Such a harvest wasn't small, and Du Xiaofu didn't feel too regretful. After a while, Du Xiaofu said, "Let's go. We'll go back first." Chapter 1807. More than 10 days had passed since the experts of the desolate country besieged legalism. But in these 10 days, the news of the desolate country besieging legalism and forcing the legalism to flee in defeat and remain in seclusion swept through Kyushu like a storm, then the 3 continents, the Beast region, the 4 seas, Wudong Mountain and other places. Han Aoshi's heart had been dug out, and the ancestor of legalism, Li Chunfa, had self-destructed. Everywhere this news spread, it shook. The desolate country has already become so powerful. The world was shaken, and the experts sighed. More than 10 years ago, the desolate country was still unknown, but in such a short time, it had reached the point where it could besiege one of the 9 great clans, legalism. This kind of growth speed was absolutely unprecedented and would never be surpassed in the future. Du Xiaofu's breakthrough in battle, stepping into the cycle of nirvana, was also the talk of countless people. Such a demon king suppressed all his peers, crushing the heavenly prides and supremes of his generation to the point where they could no longer raise their heads. Some of the elders and experts could only sigh. Such a junior, in such a short time of cultivation, had already surpassed them by far. Sunset, dusk. The last rays of the setting sun shone upon the stone city. The sunset cast a golden glow, accompanied by the glow of the grass of immortality and dark seeker grass. Everything was like a dream. Behind the Du family's mountain, on a towering mountain peak. On the rock, Du Xiaofu sat upright. His black hair was soft, and his jade-like hair was leaning against his shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose along with the wind. A gentle breeze blew. It was early autumn. Occasionally, a few pale yellow leaves drifted down, but they stayed far away from the 2 of them, as if they couldn't bear to disturb this rare moment of peace. From dusk to sunset, a few broken stars hung in the sky, and the bright moon gradually climbed into the sky. Under the moonlight, Yang Shuang leaned gently against Du Xiaofu's shoulder, feeling the familiar warmth. She was lazy and didn't want to get up. Softly, she said, "Do you still remember the first time we met?" "Yes, we had a fight and you bit my nose." Du Xiaofu smiled and hugged the woman beside him. He looked at the moon and thought back to the past. But he didn't expect that the 2 of them would be together now. How mysterious was fate. Yang Shuang smiled faintly. Her smile was like a flower, able to hook one's soul. After that, she softly said, "Sometimes I wonder how good it would be if I had Qingqing or little Xingxing's talent. Then I would be able to stand beside you and fight alongside you." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu lifted his head and cupped the beautiful face beside him. His eyes were shining as he said, "You have already helped me too much. I, on the other hand, have been cultivating all the time and haven't even had the time to accompany you. Haven't you been by my side these few days?" Yang Shuang smiled faintly. A gentle breeze blew, and a few strands of her hair swayed gently, adding to her charm. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. "Actually, I'm only afraid that one day, I won't be able to catch up to your footsteps. At that time, the distance between us would only grow further and further." Yang Shuang spoke. This was the worry in her heart. She had personally witnessed the purple-robed young man before her. She had always been working hard to catch up to him. Back then in Tianwu Academy, she had always been working hard. She always thought that she only wanted to become an expert. Only now did she know that there was a seed buried in her heart. She was only afraid that she would grow further and further away from him. And now she was still working hard. But no matter how hard she tried, she was still unable to catch up to his footstep. She was unable to help him much. "I will always be here," Du Xiaofu said. When Yang Shuang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, his fiery lips had already touched hers. She was already in his embrace. At this moment, Yang Shuang was immediately stunned. She didn't know what to do and felt her heart beating wildly. She couldn't help but close her eyes. She didn't know what to do. A moist touch came from her lips. A numb electric shock came from her lip. She couldn't help but put her hands on his shoulders. Under the pure white moonlight, their hair fluttered. This man and woman embraced each other. Under the bright moon and stars, their lips were entwined and their tongues were intertwined. The next morning, the east was slightly bright. Under the slightly white sky, in the barbaric beast mountain range, the mountain peaks were as black as iron. It was solemn and dignified. The stone city was covered in radiance and mist rose. Brother! Father Du Shaoqing and little Xingxing directly pushed open the door and entered Du Xiaofu's room. A scream immediately came from the room. It sounded like a frightened rabbit. What's going on? This was the Du family. There were as many experts as there were clouds. It immediately attracted a lot of experts. Du Xiaoyao, Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, Yi Wuming, and Ghost Chariot. Many of these experts were attracted. Nothing. We didn't see anything. Little Xingxing and Du Shaoqing swaggered out of the room as if nothing had happened. Cough, nothing happened. You can all leave. Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back and walked out of the room. He looked calm as if nothing had happened. Sister Shuang, why are you in Big Brother Xiaofu's room? Are you guys okay? Dai Xingyu curiously asked Ouyang Shuang, who was standing behind Du Xiaofu. Her hair was a little messy, her face was flushed, and her head was lowered. We're fine. Ouyang Shuang shook her head. Her delicate face was even redder. It's good that you're fine. It's good that everyone is fine. Haha Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, Ghost Chariot, and the others looked at Du Xiaofu with half-smiles. Xingyu, they're fine. Don't worry about them. Du Xiaoman held Dai Xingyu's hand with a smile on her face. Her legs were long and slender as she looked at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang with a faint smile. Third brother, some of us have discussed. There are some things that we need you to decide. Du Yunlong's figure appeared. He knew what had happened at a glance. Okay, get someone to go to the palace hall. Du Xiaofu immediately nodded and smiled gratefully at his second brother, Du Yunlong. His second brother had purposely come to help him out. After a while, Du Xiaoyao, Du Shaoqing, Yi Wuming, Zhen Qingchun, and the core experts of the desolate country were all present in the palace hall. Du Tingxian and Old Lei were also present. They sat on both sides of Du Xiaofu. Third brother, we've discussed for a while. We feel that the desolate country might be able to build a wormhole. Rumor has it that a great calamity is coming. If we don't have a wormhole, the desolate country's migration will be much slower when the calamity comes. Du Yunlong said. Everyone had discussed the wormhole over the past few days. Most of them felt that it was necessary. However, building a wormhole didn't just require strength. It also required a huge amount of energy. Such a huge matter required Du Xiaofu to decide personally. Building a wormhole. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. He was no stranger to wormholes. A wormhole was a spatial tunnel that connected two different spaces. However, opening a wormhole required at least a 9-star spiritual talisman master. That wasn't all. Ordinary 9-star spiritual talisman masters couldn't do it. They needed to be proficient in formations and had dabbled in the mysteries of space and time. Only then could they have the opportunity to build a wormhole. 8-star spiritual talisman masters and martial saints could travel through space. However, they couldn't open a wormhole. Building a wormhole required a huge amount of energy. Opening and maintaining a wormhole required a huge amount of energy as well. Du Xiaofu pondered. The Ancient Heaven sect, the Profound Talisman sect, and the Profound Underworld sect all had wormholes. However, they didn't lead to many places. Aside from places like the Tianhuang continent and the Chunhuang continent, they didn't lead to anywhere else. The further they went, the greater the cost. Places like the Four Seas and Wudong Mountain were the territories of the dragons and phoenixes. The beast region was also the territory of the beast race. Even if they had the resources to build a wormhole, the dragons, phoenixes, and beast race wouldn't allow someone to build a wormhole there. No one would allow someone else to build a wormhole at their doorstep. Building a wormhole requires too much energy. Our desolate country has just risen, and we don't have any plans to enter the other 8 continents. Building a wormhole requires too much energy. We need to think about it carefully, said Menkaikai. He had his own thoughts. From his point of view, he didn't really support building a wormhole. That kind of energy consumption made his heart ache. Chapter 1808. This time, after cleaning up the converted forces of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, we've calculated all our gains. The wormhole cost that we paid to the ancient heaven sect is just a drop in the ocean. The rest is enough to support the construction of the wormhole, and for a short period of time, it will be enough to operate. Gu Zhangyu spoke. He had been in the desolate country recently, managing the huge wealth of the country with Meng-like eye. At this moment, Gu Zhangyu was no longer the same person as before. He had his own aura. As a puppet master with a great reputation in the central state and even in the entire Kyushu, any puppet he made would have a sky-high price in the outside world. There was a price but no market, and the supply could not meet the demand. As for the World Pavilion, it has accumulated quite a lot over the years. After sweeping away the converted forces of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal in the 8 states, we can also station the World Pavilion in the 8th state. When the time comes, we will definitely gain a lot. After a short pause, Gu Zhangyu continued, however, I also agree with Hall Leader Meng's opinion. Constructing a wormhole costs too much, and it's not very useful at the moment. If we really need it, we can borrow the wormholes of the Ancient Heaven sect, or even the Xianming sect and Xianming sect. We can even delay the construction of the wormhole. That's true, but borrowing the wormhole is not a long-term plan. Constructing the wormhole is a precaution, just in case. Although it costs a lot, it is necessary. Eagle King Gong Dao spoke. As the great elder of the World Society, his words carried a certain weight. Dad, what do you think? After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu asked his drunkard father. It all makes sense, Du Tingxian said, but constructing a wormhole is not easy. In the desolate country, there are not many people who have the strength to do so. Constructing a wormhole also has a great risk. We need to think about it in the long run, and we can't be careless. Constructing a wormhole is no small matter. Once it fails, we may drown in the collapsed space, unable to escape for eternity. Zhen Qingchuan's inverted triangular eyes said, I have some understanding of wormholes recently, and can be of some help. However, I'm afraid that I'm far from enough to construct a wormhole alone. Master once mentioned wormholes to me. I have some experience with wormholes and can be of help, Dai Xingxing said. Dai Xingyu said. Back then, she had not broken through to the nirvana stage, but she had already come into contact with spatial wormholes. During this period of time, I'll do some research. If possible, I hope to build a wormhole as soon as possible, Du Xiaofu said. He still hoped to construct a wormhole as soon as possible. The great calamity of the world was coming, and when that time came, there would be unforeseen events and dangers everywhere. It would be worth it to leave a glimmer of hope for the desolate country, no matter how many resources he had to expend. Where are Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruobai? Du Xiaofu was surprised to see Qin Guyu, Silver Fox, Stone, and Qi Guiyu among the 18 celestial guards. Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruobai were the only ones missing. Where else can they go besides Wanzhou's 100 Flowers Gate? Chang Guyu smiled helplessly. After returning to the desolate country, those 2 fellows had gone to Wanzhou. These 2. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Li Shui of the Moon Shadow Hall, send a message to those 2 fellows. There's no need to rush back. Let them stay in the 100 Flowers Gate for a while. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Li Shui smiled. Haha, Immediately, everyone in the hall smiled knowingly. In the following time, Du Xiaofu went to Tianwu Academy to understand the situation. He also left the desolate ancient space in Tianwu Academy, allowing the experts of the desolate country and the students of Tianwu Academy to enter the desolate country's battle realm and enlightenment realm to comprehend. As for Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qinchun, and Dai Xingyu, they were immersed in studying wormholes. We can also help. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were not idle. They each had their own talents and could help. Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Du Xiaoqin could only stand by the side. The others could not help. Zhen Qinchun said, "To construct a wormhole, the most important thing is to have some understanding of the space and time ultimacy. Experts who have some understanding of the space and time ultimacy, even if they are martial Dao experts, can also construct a wormhole. In the supreme tomb of the divine domain space, I obtained some opportunities and made some progress in the space ultimacy. Father, do you want to take a look?" Little Xingxing did not hide anything from Du Xiaofu. In the supreme tomb of the divine domain space, he obtained a huge opportunity that contained the space ultimacy. The desolate ancient space is related to time, so it must be related to the time ultimacy. To construct a wormhole, you need to comprehend it well, Du Xiaofu said. Then, the group entered the desolate ancient space and prepared to construct a wormhole. In the desolate ancient space, a screeching sound resounded. Little Xingxing condensed his hand seals, and the space in front of him fluctuated. A resplendent seven-colored phoenix phantom appeared, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. The seven-colored light flooded the void. Such a phoenix phantom was too shocking. It was as if it had crossed through space and time, causing the space to explode. This phoenix phantom was clearly different from the phoenixes of the current era. It was not something that the phoenixes of the current era could compare to. This is the opportunity one obtained in the Supreme Tomb. It was left behind by my father. It allowed me to awaken a type of bloodline in my body and allowed me to comprehend the profoundness within it. Little Xingxing said. The seven-colored phoenix flapped its wings and flew into the void. It was like a phoenix of 10,000 phoenixes. The pressure on the phantom was not inferior to that of dragons and ordinary phoenixes. Phoenix Clan. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Back then, in the void painting caused by the Lord of 3,000 Worlds, he had already seen this phoenix phantom. Looking at it carefully, it was smaller in size compared to ordinary phoenixes. However, its power was much more terrifying. This is not a phoenix. Strictly speaking, it is a vermilion bird. It comes from my mother's bloodline. My father was afraid that my mother's bloodline would be suppressed in my body. Hence, he left this mark in the Supreme Tomb, allowing me to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline in my body and comprehend the profoundness of space. Little Xingxing said seriously, "As far as I know, the vermilion bird bloodline comes from the heavens. It is a heavenly spiritual beast that surpasses the phoenix." Vermilion bird surpasses the phoenix. This was the first time Du Xiaofu heard it. This was not a phoenix but a vermilion bird. It was an existence that surpassed the phoenix. The phoenix was the leader of the flying beasts. However, the vermilion bird was a heavenly spiritual beast that surpassed the phoenix. If the real vermilion bird were to descend, how powerful would it be? The vermilion bird clan is born with the power of space. They are talented in the profoundness of space. Little Xingxing said. This was what he had comprehended. Comprehended. Du Xiaofu was a little excited. If he could comprehend the profoundness of space from the vermilion bird that surpassed the phoenix, it would be very useful. The profoundness of space, Zhen Qinchun, Dai Xingyu. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were also shining. They did not want to miss out on such an opportunity. Time passed slowly. Kyushu was turned upside down by the desolate country. After a huge commotion, it returned to a short period of peace. Nothing major happened. However, there were rumors that a great calamity was approaching. When the time came, the world would become a demon's domain. It was inevitable that everyone was panicking. The great calamity is approaching. There are also super strong people in the world who will stop it. There are still many hidden strong people in the world. They are all preparing to resist the great calamity. I believe that they will succeed. Such words could not be heard anywhere in the 9 prefectures. Time was like quicksand quietly passing by. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the desolate country's strong people surrounded legalism. Whoosh whoosh in the barren ancient space, several figures flew out. They were Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Dai Xingyu. The 5 people from Zhen Qinchun. The profoundness of space and time is really hard to comprehend. After such a long time, I can only barely see the door. Du Xiaofu sighed. He had been in the barren ancient space for almost a year and a half. However, he did not gain much in the profoundness of space and time, but he did gain a lot. It could be said that he had opened a door. Peeking at the door is enough to build a wormhole. I heard from my master that it's not easy to peek at the door of any kind of ultimacy in this world. It requires extremely high talent. It's extremely difficult to truly comprehend the ultimacy and reach a higher level. There aren't many people in this world who can do that. Dai Xingyu's eyes were smiling. She stood there elegantly, looking extremely charming. The progress she had made during this period was enough for her to be satisfied. Zhen Qinchun said, "If we want to build a wormhole, it's best that we go to the wormhole to comprehend it. This way our chances of success will be much higher." Brother Qinchun is right. Let's make a trip to the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu nodded. Before building a real wormhole, being able to comprehend it in the wormhole would naturally increase their chances of success. Therefore, a few days later, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qinchun, Dai Xingyu, and Little Xingxing arrived at the ancient heaven sect. With Du Xiaofu's connections in the ancient heaven sect, entering the ancient heaven sect was like returning to his own home. Using the wormhole to meditate naturally wouldn't be a problem. In the mountains, the wormhole opened. Runes flickered and space-time fluctuated. Du Xiaofu's group of 5 entered the wormhole and calmed down to comprehend everything. Ever since he had comprehended the ancient stone tablet outside the Du family, Du Xiaofu's comprehension of all kinds of things had been doubled with half the effort. As he comprehended the 2 stone tablets that contained the tyrannical sword path and the tyrannical chi path, his comprehension ability increased by a lot. After a few days, the 5 of them left the ancient heaven sect and returned to the desolate country. Let's first build a wormhole to the Tianhuang mainland. There are many wormholes on the Tianhuang mainland that lead to Kyushu. After some thought, Du Xiaofu decided on the location of the first wormhole in the desolate country. Then let's do it. After such a long period of comprehension and preparation, they were finally going to make a move. This made Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Zhen Qinchun very eager to give it a try. Whoosh whoosh in the following period of time, countless resources in the desolate country were used. Many figures shuttled between the desolate country and the Tianhuang mainland.